Okay, we're a little bit late, but it's going to be worth it. Well, I'm optimistic. Yeah, just look at that clock. We're good to go. Okay, so welcome everybody to the Rio Grande Basin. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you join me with that, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, got some introductions to make here with a little bit of privilege of being in the basin. I've invited two women that I think are some of the most stellar, outstanding leaders that I've ever met, and so I appreciate them taking the time to be here. Carla Shriver with Friends of the Sky High, and Gigi Dennis, who is a city manager, not a town manager, city manager. So we like that. We are growing up. So turn some time over to you to just give us a little preview of why we are where we are and how cool it is to be here. So, Carla. Microphone right there, I think.
Thank you, folks, for all coming to the San Luis Valley. Welcome. When we first visioned this building, it was with the idea that we would host events such as this. I currently, right now, I have my Friends of Sky High hat on. I have several, but for this, it's that. What it was there used to be an old building here, about the same footprint, other than it was about 20 feet shorter. And the space we're in now was an old swimming pool that had been not used for like 20 years. So it was just dead space. Then we had the exhibit hall on the other side, but it was crumbling. So through the years, there had been lots of studies and lots of discussion about trying to renovate the old building. And it come to a point where it just wasn't going to work. So through a citizens-led initiative with approval and collaboration with the city of Monte Vista, we formed about a 30-person group called Friends of Sky High to take on the lead of building a new building. And through that started about 2017, and we were just getting ramped up with our funding. As one person who is a stellar corporate sponsor for our area, Gene Rodriguez, the local Coors rep, he's a wonderful corporate sponsor. As he put it, this facility is the heartbeat of the San Luis Valley. And it is. There's many events here that are held on behalf of all city, or all, now you got me saying it, San Luis Valley residents. So it wasn't hard to get everyone to start obtaining some match dollars. So that's what we did. We went out, got some local businesses, individuals, raised some match money, and then we were going out for grant funding. And that's how we were going to fund the facility. Back then, we had COVID hit. And so everything kind of stalled for a second. And it was either we move forward or we stop. And I felt kind of like a chicken with its head strung out and get whacked off. But we decided to move forward, and as one person, and for this group, you probably don't know her, but Kathy Robbins, she's with El Pomar. She's since retired, but she was a great mentor for us on how to navigate the foundation system. And she told my co-chair at the time, Kathy Woods, that we had more guts than brains. And so Kathy and I, we actually had T-shirts printed. I don't know if you're aware, we call ourselves the sand crane capital of the world, which we're not, but we call ourselves that. But anyway, so we printed these T-shirts, more guts than brains, but it's about a 55,000 square foot building. We did raise all of the funding we needed to build it. At the time, if you count all three phases, the planning, the schematic design, and then the actual construction, it's over a $9 million facility. And our contractors told us that if we had to build it today, it would almost be double. And so we're very thankful that we did build it. Yes, COVID was a challenge, but in many ways it was a blessing because it kept many of our local contractors in business. Everything that was done in this building was by local contractors. Even our general was local. The only thing that was bid out was the bricks, and that was done by the company that does all the schools. But without that, it would have really devastated our economy, and so that kept a lot of people employed. And so in a way, COVID, this building was a blessing for our area for that particular time. We'll put our potato hat on. Gigi and I, we hosted a great big event last week, and we had all these CPAC cookbooks available, and we had a few left over. But we welcome everyone to enjoy a Colorado potato cookbook. They're back here, and if we need more, we'll find them. But as you know, our San Luis Valley raises potatoes, small grains, coors, alfalfa, carrots, spinach. So we have a lot of agricultural history here, but potatoes is what we are recognized for, and so we would love for everybody to take a Colorado potato cookbook. So they'll be back in the back.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Gigi Dennis, the city manager from Monte Vista, and certainly do welcome you all here for your meetings for the next couple of days. We had, I came on board, I went to high school here in Monte Vista, and then I got married and moved back to the Valley and became city manager in time to get to plan the ribbon cutting of the building. So I didn't have all the blood, sweat, and tears that Carla and the others had put into it. And so we were very proud of this building. We opened in February of 2022, and that year alone, we had 178 events in here and had about 50,000 people. In 2023, we had 470 events and 72,000 people. And now for 2024, we've either had or have booked out 425 events and or recreational activities. And so our numbers are so high because we count, one of our biggest events is the oldest professional rodeo in the state, our Sky High Stampede. And we count every person that goes into the concert or everybody that walks into the carnival area. And so we're really proud of this area. So what's next? Because you got to keep growing and doing more things. And so we were able to secure some congressional funding to put a generator that would support this whole building, and then 4 shower stall facility and 15 RV spaces so that this could be an emergency evacuation center. So that's all under design right now. I'm working with local investors, and we are going to be building a 4-story, 62-room hotel that'll be here on this property out where it's vacant on to the west. And then, of course, we need to continue to work on parking, and there's some different configuration. Behind the arena over here to the north, there's 2 baseball fields. And so we're working with the school district, and because of the hotel coming in, we will put those 2 baseball fields with out at the middle school, that's just down at the end of Sherman Avenue. And so the school district will be able to use those ball fields during the school year, and we'll be able to use them for our summer recreation programs in the summer months, and be bringing in more baseball tournaments and that sort of thing. So we're growing, we're excited about it, and we're pleased that you're all here and get to see what this building is and where we're going with it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the agenda. Does anybody have any changes or additions to the agenda as presented? Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Oh, okay. Director Boucher. No other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the minutes. Everybody got a chance to read through the minutes? Were there any additions or corrections for our July 17th and 18th meetings? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Okay, Director Vasquez, second. Director Brody, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the consent agenda. Did you see that, Viola? I remembered this time. Consent agenda. Okay. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda, or does anybody have anything they'd wish to withdraw? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items. So moved. Okay, Director McLeod, second. Director Felt, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. We'll just go through. You can see the board meeting dates there as we go through. You can read that on your own. I won't read them to you. Director's reports, we'll go on and go to Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you all, and it's great to be here in Monte Vista. I'll share some of my updates with you all. First of all, we just, a couple weeks ago, we had our second annual DNR Executive Directors Retreat. We gathered to really focus in on how we're going to implement our strategic priorities moving forward. And just want to give you all a snapshot of what those are. Number one is biodiversity. We're working towards implementing biodiversity conservation practices across Colorado to conserve our land, habitats, and species. Next is energy transition. We're planning on a coordinated and strategic approach to support the transition to zero emission energy while avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating the impacts on species and habitats. Next is our tribal engagement. We're working to develop a tribal relations program in the DNR to cooperatively build capacity and further cultural understanding within and across the DNR and all of our divisions. Next, we have continuing to build our balanced conservation and recreation. That's really working across the state to help implement and expand our outdoor regional partnerships that we have throughout the state. And then last is climate resiliency. That is working to align our DNR actions on statewide energy climate goals, implementing existing plans. We talked about the water plan yesterday, but it's also the natural and working lands. We have a Colorado preparedness roadmap, also Colorado's outdoor strategy. We also have our fire action plan. But anyways, there's a lot of different kind of plans that are either in the works or currently in place. So we want to combine all those to make sure that we have a Colorado plan for moving forward on all those areas. Next, in October, we're going to have our division directors retreat. So Jason, we'll see you there for that, coming up here pretty soon to really make sure all of our division directors are aware of all these goals moving forward. Next, on federal updates, as you all know, we follow what's going on in Washington, D.C. very closely, and quite often we weigh in on different policies We have a lead person within my department. Her name's Lacey Gentry, who is totally laser focused on everything that's going on at the federal level. But first of all, we are submitting comments later on this week for the U.S. Forest Service National Old Growth Amendment. Comments are due at the end of the week. We are also finalizing comments for the BLM's final solar PEIS analysis, and then we also anticipate BLM's Greater Sage Grouse Plan that will be released to the public in later September. We're also following a bill very closely on Good Samaritan legislation on abandoned mines cleanup. This is something that Congress has really needs to act on to make sure that entities can go in and work to clean up abandoned mine sites throughout, especially out throughout the West, but Colorado has numerous locations. And this particular bill, excuse me, would create pilot projects, and we think Colorado would be a great state for this Good Samaritan legislation. Thinking of energy issues, our Energy and Carbon Management Commission is really busy this week with our cumulative impact rulemaking. That began on September 3rd. We'll be hearing various different folks that are weighing in on this throughout this whole week. They will likely vote on that in the next couple weeks. And then also just a few weeks ago, they voted on the geothermal, deep thermal rules that was adopted, and those will go into effect later on in December. And then coming up pretty soon, we have our carbon capture and storage rulemaking, and we are right now anticipating the rulemaking for that will be in November. And then after that, we'll have our produced water rulemaking, and that will likely be towards the end of December. A few Colorado Parks and Wildlife updates. Sorry, Rob, I'll take a few of these. I'll leave some for you, of course. But really big and significant. So hopefully, I don't know if I dare say this, how many of you have the Keep Colorado Wild Pass? Hopefully many of you. Okay, good. It looks like everyone does. But we are so excited that we were able to generate $39.7 million. The goal was really, to make sure that we have enough funding to take care of our state parks, but also help fund Colorado Avalanche Information Center, as well as the search and rescue needs throughout the state of Colorado. And so our hope was that we would generate $32.5 million, and then money above that would go towards, as I mentioned, like avalanche and search and rescue needs. So it's wonderful that the spillover has occurred, and we really hope that this program will continue to build and grow throughout the state of Colorado. So get your Keep Colorado Wild Pass if you haven't already. Also, last week was really significant for Parks and Wildlife in that there was a lot of information in the news on the reintroduction efforts of wolves in Colorado. And it was every day there was something on wolves. And really every day outside of the news cycle, there's always something going on too with wolves. But want to just kind of share with you some of the highlights. Monday, we had like the press release that went out on the relocation of the Copper Creek Pack in Grand County. There was news on the death of the male member of the Copper Creek Pack that suffered injuries before it was captured for relocation. And then there was news of the death of a male from the reintroduced pack from Oregon. And then on top of that, on Friday, there was information on that we had come to an agreement with British Columbia on sourcing more wolves for Colorado. And so it's just like a huge week. Every day there was something new going on. And, and it's something that our Parks and Wildlife staff has been working so closely with Kate Greenberg's staff too on really working together. but want to give a special shout out to someone here today that's played really important role in trying to bring people together. Jeff Davis has an inner working group made up of ranchers with, I would say, more or less wolf advocates with a broad spectrum of perspectives on wolves. And I'm so happy that Paul Brochet has agreed to be a part of this really small kind of advisory group for Director Davis. It is not easy. It's something that I know, Paul, you've put a lot of time into of really working to educate folks too on impacts that you've seen and making recommendations on how we can do things better. We are new to this, so we are totally open to ideas, and I'm just so grateful for you that you've really stepped up in a huge way in the state of Colorado, outside of his great work on water, but to really assist Director Davis in this. So thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you. Other updates I want to share with you, some of our tribal updates. Ute Mountain Ute Farm and Ranch Enterprise just announced, I think, Kate, this is on your radar screen, I'm sure, successful installation of the first phase of a system-wide hydropower project. The system spans approximately 1,000 irrigated acres dedicated to the cultivation of alfalfa, corn, and grazing cattle. And the goal is to harness the water flowing through the irrigation pipes, converting it to electrical power without disrupting the irrigation process. So really cool to hear more about that particular project. Forestry updates, our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. We're in our third round of our Workforce Development Grant project. Those applications are open through November 1st. And just as a reminder for everyone, those particular projects are eligible for work anywhere in the state of Colorado. So as long as you're looking through a lens of protecting life, property, and critical infrastructure, you would potentially qualify for these grants, and there's no matching component either. So the state will come with teams to do the fire mitigation work in your community. So take a hard look at that. We have information on our DNR website on our COSWAP program. Let's see, the Water Resources and Ag Review Committee is actually meeting today, but they've met throughout the summer. So we're taking a hard look at what they're looking at recommending for certain bills. Let's see, and then let's see here. And then our legislative and budget development, the governor's budget, he'll submit that on November 1st. So we are, awaiting, our departments are really looking at how you can, balance the budget, and there's a lot of back and forth going on in terms of what projects may be funded and what may not be funded. We have a few items that I can share with you for our legislative proposals that we've been given a thumbs up so far. Some are still being analyzed, but I'll just give you a snapshot of a few that we have been given the green light on. Number one, offer free state park access to Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribal members to go to all of our state parks for free. Number two, continue our wildlife habitat stamp program. This has been in place for a long time. Actually, when I was a legislator, I worked on one of the reauthorizations of that bill, but we'll continue that particular program. And then, so those are the items that we have approval to move forward so far, but we have other items that are still kind of in the works. So with that, I think that's it for me for right now. Happy to answer any questions, or if there's any moments on any break, I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Gibbs.
Dan, Director Gibbs, it occurs to me that I was the DNR lobbyist the last time we did the habitat stamp reauthorization, and we sort of compromised for a 14-year extension of the program. And at the time I was like, whew, it's off my plate forever. I'll never have to deal with it again. So it just makes me feel really old that now we're talking about it again.
Are there any other questions for Director Gibbs or comments? Thank you for all you do. You're busier than heck, and we recognize it and appreciate it. Thank you. Director Reyes?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Slides to come up. Oh, okay. Well, while we're switching over the slides, I'll just start by thanking you and thanking Heather Dutton, looking at you, Chairman Combs, for hosting us in the San Luis Valley and for organizing such a great tour yesterday afternoon. It was beautiful, really, to be here this time of year, despite the bit of rain that we got. Just really great to get outside and see some of the projects that we've helped fund and have a history with. And thank you also for the dinner last night. That was just really nice to be in town and the community center and sit down with you all and have dinner. Also want to thank again staff yesterday, especially Kirk Russell and Anna Moss and Cole Bedford, and really everybody in the agency. It's a pretty big lift to put together recommendations for the projects bill, evaluate all the applications that come in the door for grants, and then put on a special meeting for that. So thank you to all of you for your hard work. I feel like we had a really productive conversation. And again, we'll be back with some of the feedback we got from you all yesterday for another discussion about that in the regular board meeting in November. But thank you all for your participation and taking a close look at the recommendations that we all provided to you. Am I in charge of the slides, or are you guys doing? Okay. As usual, we have a few new staff members that I'd like to recognize. We're always excited to bring on new talent and expertise to the agency. And in the last couple of months, we've made some pretty big hiring moves with Janine Shaw, who's coming to us as our new grant section chief. So this is the new section that we were able to support with the decision item last legislative and budget cycle, where we're going to be pulling out the Water Plan grants and the WSRF grants into a new section that will be led by Janine. She formerly worked at Denver Water, where she received a supervisory award for outstanding supervision of a new team that was created in Denver Water. So we're really excited to bring her on to do this, to do the same at CWCB. She also has a lot of experience working with grants and running programs, and has also worked for the Denver Mayor's Office. So we're really excited to have her on board. She starts next month. We're also really excited to announce the hiring of Caitlin McDaniel. She was hired after a pretty long and intensive search that we had to re-advertise a couple of times to replace Terry Feed as the floodplain mapping program manager. And she'll be starting at the end of November. And Terry's going to be staying on for a little bit to help train her up. So welcome to Caitlin, and if she's here at the November meeting, I'll be sure and point her and Janine both out. And then we also have Lisa, who I think is in the back of the room there. She's waving. Hi, Lisa. She's joined us as a water resource specialist working on our in-stream flow acquisitions under Rob Vigil. She's taken the position that was formerly occupied by Pete Konovitz. She has a civil and environmental engineering degree and 10 years with Colorado Springs Utility. So we're really excited to have Lisa here with us as well. And because it seems like we're always announcing new staff, oops, I went the wrong way. I wanted to just highlight the number of folks we have in CWCB who have been here for a good portion of their careers. We started a years of service recognition program, and at a staff picnic at the end of July, we handed out awards for 5 people who have served for 5-year increments, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, and 35 years. We have someone who has been with the CWCB. We all know that it's a really fantastic place to work with an amazing mission and great people, which I think can really make or break a job and a working environment. And I just wanted to recognize, we didn't have everybody attend the picnic, but I think we got some good photos. Kirk and Kevin have been here 20 years, along with Michelle Garrison, which is just really commendable. And you can see the other names there that are listed on the screen, but maybe we can just give everybody a round of applause. It's a really big deal, and we all, I think, really appreciate your dedication and commitment to the state and to CWCB. You all just do really amazing work. And despite what it seems every board meeting, we do have people that stay on for a fairly long time, but we do like to announce new people that are coming on. But I did want to just recognize the fact that we do have folks that have been here for quite a while. So thank you all for your service. This isn't the first time you've heard of this, but for those of you who are listening, I just wanted to remind you all that we do have the C9 Summit coming up in Crested Butte on October 1st and 2nd. This is our second annual summit that is bringing together you all, hopefully, those of you that can attend roundtables and the IBCC to really have a good conversation about how we work together on common goals and objectives to move forward. We are planning tours with buses that'll leave from the center the morning of October 1st, and then October 2nd, there will be the full day summit from about 8 to 5. And maybe this is new information, but more information will be coming to your inboxes shortly. We'll be asking board members to host breakout sessions as part of that conversation. Russ is going to provide you a little bit more about that assignment, but stay tuned. We're hoping that you guys can get integrally involved in those conversations and try and sort of lead some of the conversations on that second day. I think registration is still open. Is that correct, Russ? Yeah, on Engage CWCB. So for our listening audience or those of you that have not registered, please do so. And if you need any help, feel free to contact anyone on the water supply planning team. I also wanted to announce, we were kind of waiting for this to come for a long time, it seems like, months. But since our last board meeting, officially the Bureau of Reclamation has announced the Bucket 2E environment funding. We're shorthanding that as B2E. That was announced in July, and that opportunity will remain available through October 14th, mid-October. This is the funding that is going to be announced in 2 rounds out of the IRA funding opportunity. There's a total of $450 million available for projects in the Upper Basin, but this will be distributed across these 2 categories, the B2E, and then the second category we're expecting will be announced in the next few months. That's going to be called B2W for watershed. This funding is meant to provide funding for projects that have a strong environment or ecosystem habitat restoration benefit that addresses issues directly caused by drought. It's eligible for public entities and tribes, and public entities and tribes are also allowed to partner with nonprofits and other stakeholder groups. The state at CWCB and DWR does have a review role, kind of a red flag review where we're meant to ensure compliance with state water rights and state water law before those are approved by the Bureau of Reclamation. The state agency contact is Amy Ostick. I think her name is actually listed on the federal website. So any questions or concerns, folks can go directly to the Bureau's website or contact Amy directly. So we're really excited about that. There's a number of projects that we're expecting to go forward for that. And then when the next round of funding is announced in the coming months, we'll be sure and put that in our newsletters and try and get the word out about that. There's a lot of federal funding right now that's available, and we want to make sure that we're taking good advantage of it. Notably, this funding does not require a match, although the Bureau says that they will give preference to projects that have additional funding, but it's a really great opportunity for projects that are out there, ready to go, and maybe don't have another source of funding available. Related to the Colorado River, I don't have a separate slide for this, but I did want to make sure and mention that our Colorado River team is working on providing enhanced and transparent communication and to really be more proactive on various fronts. And as part of that, we're in the early stages of launching a new website that hopefully we'll be able to showcase to you in future meetings that's dedicated to the Colorado River team's ongoing work. And Michael Elizabeth Sakis and Amy and her team are also working on a series of public webinars and other communications, and also are working to coordinate communications more closely with the upper division states to make sure that all of our messaging gets out more proactively and in a more unified way. We continue to see news stories, both nationally and locally, on Colorado River issues, and are really trying to get in front of that. So thank you to Amy and her team and Michael for all the work that they do. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I did want to highlight the federal technical assistance grants that are kind of winding down. And then we talked yesterday about putting additional funding in the projects bill to continue this program. But this was funding that was supported by $5 million in ARPA funding that we received back in 2021. And grants were awarded to assist entities with capacity building in order to apply for federal grants or to use a CWCB hired contractor for application assistance. And this was really in response to the need that we heard out there in communities that there was all this funding available, but there was just really a lack in capacity to go after that funding. And so this was an attempt to bridge that gap, to provide some technical assistance, and also award grants directly to entities so that they could hire their own experts in grant management and identifying grants that would assist them with the important work they're doing. Through September, this month, we've made 19 local capacity grants and 3 technical assistance grants that total just over $3 million, and have at least 8 more grant applications that are being reviewed and will be announced prior to October 15th. So we expect that we will fully have encumbered the $5 million appropriation. The grantees that have been awarded have submitted at least 15 federal grant applications to multiple programs, with a potential for $18.5 million in federal funding, with more applications to come. These grantees have already secured over $1.4 million in federal funding, with several federal award announcements that are still pending. So I just want to highlight I think the real success of this program. The deliverable is a federal grant application, and we're just really excited to see what will come in the future with this assistance. So thank you to, let's see who's been involved in that. Michael Reagan, Anna, Cole. I think it's been a great program. I also just wanted to kind of highlight in more or less real time how the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program is really making a difference on the ground. Back in July, we had the Alexander Mountain Fire, and that burned over 9,600 acres in an area west of Loveland, east of Estes Park. 28 homes were lost in the fire, as well as many other buildings. The fire was 100% contained within 3 weeks, and most of that fire took place within the Cedar Creek watershed. This watershed drains to the Big Thompson River, and that's an area that received significant flood damage during the 2013 floods. And we at CWCB invested a lot of time and effort in restoring the Cedar Creek Cove area after those floods. We've been really involved with Kevin and Chris. His team have been involved in hiring the technical consultants that are supporting the Big Thompson Watershed Health Partnership to prepare for the post-wildfire hazards, including flooding and hill slope erosion and debris flow. This is a stakeholder group that's made up of nonprofits and local governments. But this watershed group has been working on a wildfire ready action plan for the entire Big Thompson watershed and has already gathered data related to the values at risk in that fire area. You all know this, but the intent of the wildfire ready action plan is to identify the susceptibility of values at risk and how they pose wildfire hazards before fires burn. So we're working on producing flow rates and hydrographs throughout the burn area that can be used to better understand the changes in flows given the burn severity. And this will help aid in identifying mitigation projects to protect road crossing structures and areas near water infrastructure. So you can see there in the map, if you can squint a little bit, that the green shading there shows the modeling extent, and then the flow estimates will be developed at the points in red, those little red squares. And the burn area and the severity map are included as a kind of an underlay, the delineated green line there within the larger green areas. So thank you so much to Chris and Kevin for all your work on that program. It's really important. Let's see. I wanted to mention quickly, we talk a lot about the Colorado River Compact. There are other compacts in the state, including the Arkansas and the Republican. A team at CWCB went down with me to Colby, Kansas. I really need to work on my photography, but that was the best picture I had down there. I know. And this the tagline under Colby, I think, says "Paradise in the Plains," which most certainly is. But we all went down really to support DWR and Jason in his role on the Special Engineering Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Arkansas River Compact Administration in Colby, Kansas. This committee was established essentially to resolve disputes relating to accounting and interpretation issues that were, I guess, left unresolved after the Kansas v. Colorado litigation. And then they provide recommendations to the ARCA committee on how to resolve these issues. But I think really my big takeaway from this was the importance of having in-person meetings and making the trip sometimes to places like Colby to just shake hands and sit down and have dinner with counterparts in other states, and just really appreciate DWR's support in that going forward. We have another full ARCA committee meeting on December 12th in Garden City, Kansas, so we'll have that opportunity again, but I felt like it was a really worthwhile exercise just to build those relationships. And then finally, just another thanks to Paul Boucher, who hosted Senator Hickenlooper in the rain to take a look at the eddy covariance tower that CWCB helped fund in partnership with Trout Unlimited. It was a rainy day, and the poor senator was shivering in that photo. But I think it was a really worthwhile trip again, just to get out on the ground and see some of the work that our grant programs provide out there on the ground. We heard a presentation from Perry Cabot about water molecules, and that's about all I can say about that. But it was a really great event. I apologize for getting lost and being late, Paul. And also got to hang out in the warmth of his barn and see all of his hunting expeditions on display, some of which were very choice hatwear. So I think that's all I have on that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director. Does anybody have any questions or comments? All right,
Do you
thank
need
you.
to switch the slides back over, or should I? Okay.
Okay, so Director Mitchell, I guess you're online, ready to go? There you are.
Yep, I am. Sorry I can't be with you guys in person today. It's a bit of a busy week. Besides what's happening with Colorado River stuff and preparing for the C9 Summit, my daughter's getting married on Saturday, so a hard time to be away for the week. But as you all know, the IBCC met last June. And you also know this, the IBCC meets from 2 to 3 times per year. So, but that doesn't mean the work stops at the meetings. The members have been hard at work leading discussions about the Drought Resilience Action Plan at their basin roundtables. And so just as a reminder, the IBCC is creating and working through the creation of the Drought Resilience Action Plan, essentially a low regrets action plan for the next decade. And it's been a evolving conversation with the IBCC that's emerged from the last 2 meetings. And there are other things definitely that the IBCC is talking about, but this is one of the top items for sure. Staff are working hard also in the meantime to make sure that all the roundtables have gotten presentations. And I think they've met with at least 8 so far, and have been coordinating with the IBCC members in those basins. The IBCC also helped provide input on types of topics that would be covered at the C9 Summit. That's it is still open for registration. I think it's open until the 28th. And yes, the events will be all squared away by then, and it's sure to be not only an informative time, but a fun time. Also, the PEPO subcommittee has been helping CWCB staff finalize the plans for that summit. Again, the dates for that are October 1st and 2nd in Crested Butte. The most recent agenda and registration is up on engagecwcb.org, /C9-summit. You heard Director Riss mention that hopefully the CWCB, some of the board are going to help lead a breakout exercise on the day of the 2nd, and really survey attendees about strategies for making Colorado not only more drought resilient, but move into a better water future. Drought is not the only topic on the agenda. There is forest health. There is forest landscapes, fuel, fire, water, people, roundtable best practices, ushering the next generation of water issues, root issues of turf replacement, building better conversations, conversation with the state engineer. I think that's going to be pretty amazing. So, and also Colorado River discussions. So I think this is sure to be one of the best C9 summits ever. But this is all happening with, in the background. We've been in drought. We're seeing more frequent droughts, and it's 100% certain that Colorado will face drought again, probably sooner than we expect. So identifying strategies to make Colorado more drought resilient is ripe for a group like the IBCC and the broader state to focus on. So as we come out of that C9 summit, the information gathered there will be used to shape what the IBCC talks about at our meeting, the next IBCC meeting, which will be February 26th and held in the Denver area. So I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible, both in Crested Butte in October and then in February in Denver. And I'm excited to continue these discussions. This has been definitely an exciting part of what I'm getting to do at the state, and I think it weaves in nicely with everything that the CWCB is doing. So I appreciate being able to do this and lead on some of these discussions, and that is all I have.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Congratulations on your daughter getting married. That's great.
Yeah, it's a big one. Thank you.
All right. Okay. While we miss Robert Sakata, we're really glad you're here, Director Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am too. It's great being with you all, but of course very glad that when I'm not here, CDA is represented by Mr. Robert Sakata. So he is putting, I think, continuing to average 1,000 miles a week on his vehicle, and you all probably feel that as you see him around the state. I passed him in Glenwood Canyon the other day, and he just continues to lap around Colorado, so grateful for Robert. Thank you to all our San Luis Valley hosts. It's always such a treat being here in the Valley and being in Del Norte for dinner last night. I wasn't able to go on the tours, but sounds like it was a great day, and I'm glad we're in your home basin, Mr. Chair. So CDA updates, just like DNR, plenty going on, but I'm hoping that as I give my updates, you'll get a sense again of the big picture of how we're developing the agency to be more prepared for the 21st century, to serve more people and communities across the state, and really to be activated in places we haven't been able to be as an agency for a long time. We're in the process of finishing a 3-year strategic plan that will help tell that story in a more comprehensive way. That plan is focusing on 5 areas, and they shouldn't come as a surprise. People and community, market and economic productivity, environmental stewardship and climate resilience, animal health and welfare, and then our own operational improvements. How do we make sure we're implementing excellent customer service and just being a great partner? So you'll see more of that to come, but that's really collecting all of our strategic priorities across the division, and I'm excited to roll that out here in the coming months. On the budget and legislative front, as Director Gibbs mentioned, we're heading toward that November 1st budget deadline, so we're working closely on ours. It's, of course, a much tighter budget year. That's maybe an understatement than we've seen recently. So we're grateful for this past legislative session. That was a really, really big deal for CDA to get the resources we need to achieve those goals I mentioned. One bill we are tracking closely and working on closely is actually up for consideration in the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee today. This is the revegetation bill, and we're working with the lower ARC on this proposal that would essentially strengthen water court's oversight and enforcement of revegetation requirements when water is permanently removed from agriculture. So, of course, working closely with DWR and DNR on this one as well. But, you know, the concern being that while we have revegetation requirements in the court process, we don't always see that taking place on the landscape. And I think the Valley is actually a great example where we continue to see challenges in keeping soil intact. Now, what you'll see today in the discussion is likely an exemption for those districts like here in the Rio Grande District, Republican River District, that are working on dry up for compact compliance. So we want to make sure we're not interfering with what districts have to do to achieve those terms. But we are interested in having this discussion about how to make sure we're keeping soil in place if and when water is permanently removed. So if the bill does move forward today, we're going to be having a lot more discussion. And of course, would welcome all of you here, anybody listening, and just appreciate the ongoing partnership with DWR, DNR, and many other folks on this one. Other items that we're tracking on the legislative front, maybe less so on the legislative, but certainly a policy issue, is around rural veterinarian access. We continue to play a role in how to get more rural vets out there supporting our large animal producers mainly, but also small animal vets as well. So more on that, hopefully in the months to come. And then federal funding, continue to focus on that and what we can do to bring as much here for Colorado Ag. I feel we've been pretty successful with our federal funding request, $25 million in climate smart commodities that went to our soil health program, $4 million in America the Beautiful grants that are going out to watersheds all over the state, and many more besides that. So kind of diving into our programmatic areas on the market access and economic productivity front, our international team continues to travel the world and take Colorado companies with them. They were just in Costa Rica, actually following up from my April visit and connecting with some of those companies there. So got some business deals done while in Costa Rica. The next week, they headed to a massive trade show in Miami that brings companies from all over the world. So really exciting to get to do the B2B work for Colorado Ag. We also have a relatively new position in climate smart marketing, so adding the climate component to our marketing team. And Susan Enfield is our marketing specialist there. She actually brought 5 Colorado companies to the Newtopia conference, which is really focused on that climate and market connection, and help them get business deals there as well. So this is a lot of our focus. We've been, of course, leaning hard into the soil health program, the incentive-based grant technical assistance. That landscape has been critical, but we know that we will not be the grant maker forever. And how do we transition our role into more of a market-based role to help our Colorado producers and companies gain market access because of the climate and soil work they're doing. So more to come on that, but really exciting on that front. Of course, it's been farmers market season, farm stands, CSAs are just been going off. Hopefully you all have been participating in your local food economy as well, and our Colorado Proud team is doing a great job promoting that. And then lastly, on the kind of economic and food access side, about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we launched our Community Food Access Program. It initially started as a grant program to provide small retailers and small farmers with funding to serve food insecure areas with local fresh food. The grants are done, and now we're actually launching a tax credit. This is one of 2 tax credits that CDA is now responsible for that we're very excited about. So this is open now as a tax credit. Again, the small retailers and small farmers are defined in statute. So if you're interested in this, just check out ag.colorado.gov to find out more. But essentially, if you're a corner store and you're unable to sell fresh food because you don't have cold storage, this tax credit could help you access that infrastructure or that equipment. Same if you're on the farming side. So really excited about that program. On the stewardship front, lots going on here. Soil, water, climate stewardship. We just announced $500,000 in agrivoltaic research grants. These are actual annual grants that we get to put out there to focus on how do we do renewable energy development with agricultural production on the same acreage. So we have folks who are actually looking at conventional solar farms and how you adapt those into an agrivoltaic situation. We've got a variety of fruit producers who are now looking at, can you do grapevines underneath solar panels? We have a lot of CSU research on the efficacy of agrivoltaics around the state. So this is another place that I feel passionate about, both for the renewable development, but also can we do it together without taking land out of production that we don't need to. On the soil health front, of course, we're just cranking away here. Got an amazing team through, again, that $25 million grant and some other funding sources. To date, through our soil health program, we've helped producers implement soil health practices, new soil health practices on over 65,000 acres across the state. And we have many more years of this program to come. And of course, the Finance Committee yesterday, you saw that we have applied for Project Bill funding, and grateful to Lauren and her team for helping us through kind of the right pathway for this. A lot of this reason is because the $25 million is a one-time funding deal, so we're working to figure out what the long-term funding strategy for the continuation of our soil health program looks like. In addition, soil health is one of our, I believe, 10 or so agency actions that CDA is either the lead on or the support for in the Colorado Water Plan. And so we're also, and we don't have funding for that at CDA, so we're also working closely with CWCB on water plan implementation, the funding for it, and we're really, CDA was at the table in creating the plan. We want to make sure we're carrying forward our responsibility to implement. So again, just great partnership happening there. So I mentioned we have 2 tax credits. So the second one, in addition to the community food access, is actually an agricultural stewardship tax credit. It is not live yet. It will be available in 2026, I believe, for the 2025 tax year, which means we are writing rules this winter about what this means. And the concept of it is that it's sort of, again, another spoke out of the hub of our soil health program. The more stewardship practices or regenerative practices that a producer is implementing, the more tax incentive they may be eligible for. So we'll have to define kind of what stewardship practices mean and how to define the rigor of those practices in a way that will create that benefit. There's only $3 million in this program as well for the tax incentive. So it's going to be, we're going to learn a lot as we go, but welcome anyone who is interested in helping us shape this new effort to be part of the rulemaking. That's where a lot of important discussion on regenerative agriculture is going to take place. Just a few more items on the stewardship front. Last week we were out in Palisade at our insectary. Just want to remind everyone we have almost an 80-year-old insectary out there that we rear beneficial insects. It's our bug farm. And we also have a request a bug program. So if you're a landowner of any scale, half an acre, 1,000 acres, you got a bindweed problem, you can call us and we can send you a bag of bindweed mites that you can dump on your bindweed. And not have to use chemicals. Okay, I see a taker. Yeah, I will give you that number. And you just got to pay for shipping. And it's a really neat program. And this is the team that does our annual river trip with the Park Service, because we do the landscape scale conservation as well. And then, of course, on the waterfront, I mentioned Robert is traveling the state, and, of course, Paul Kmeyer, who's out on the western slope doing all of our salinity work on the Colorado, just continues to do a great job. So I'm grateful that we have 2 amazing folks and farmers representing CDA on water, and it makes a huge difference where we haven't had that capacity before. On the Next Gen front, we continue our paid internship program, the Ag Workforce Development Program, getting young people out in the field on farms and ranches. We have our Next Gen Scholarship Program to help cultivate leaders. This next couple of years, we're going to be focused on developing more of a leadership network through these programs, kind of an alumni, getting people connected to each other. You know, we put money into interns and then they go off in the world, and that's great, but it'd be nice to know what they're doing and connect them to other resources and people that we have. We've also built an ag worker outreach program run by Aldo Parra, who's just done a fantastic job. I think he and Robert are competing for most miles traveled around the state. But he's supporting both ag workers and ag employers on understanding their rights and responsibilities, and also helping connect new people who are coming to Colorado with jobs in agriculture. So just a lot of neat stuff going on there. And then we continue to also have a specific focus supporting urban agriculture. We actually just, through our partnership with NRCS, brought on an urban ag specialist as part of our soil health program. I'm on Secretary Vilsack's Urban Ag Advisory Committee, and we're just building our network, and I actually created my own Urban Ag Advisory Committee here as well. So really been a great time getting to know our urban farmers. On animal health and welfare, today, luckily, knock on wood, don't have too many new updates on highly pathogenic avian influenza. I'll just say we spent most of our summer in response. Our state veterinarian, Dr. Baldwin, couldn't be more lucky to have her as our leader on all things animal health and foreign animal disease. In July and August, we were this kind of the bullseye for the country on the outbreak. We had about 75% of our commercial dairies, our 3 largest poultry operations, and 10 human cases all at once in one county. And that response was all novel. We've been responding to poultry for many years through various outbreaks. This is the first year we've had lactating dairy cattle susceptible to H5N1 and humans. We've had a few human cases, but this was also a unique strain. On the human front, everyone's recovered. Their symptoms were conjunctivitis, so inflammation of the eye, which we believe to be from direct contact with the milk. These were actually all dairy workers who had exposure to affected dairies. On the cattle front, so this is only so far detected in lactating dairy cattle. The cows, typically they start, their milk production drops, they come off feed. So when they start showing those clinical signs, they get pulled from the line, their milk gets pulled from the line. But USDA and FDA continue to do pasteurization testing and retail food testing, showing that our milk supply remains safe. Our milk supply, the commercial supply, is all pasteurized, and pasteurization kills the virus. But one thing that we are doing that is actually no other state in the nation is doing, and it's been very successful, is mandatory bulk tank testing in our commercial dairies, meaning that regardless of clinical signs in your herd, all commercial dairies are required to test their milk prior to pasteurization for detection of virus. I think the reason we got there was A, Dr. Baldwin's leadership, and B, we got our industry on board. We had to do something, and we would prefer to do it in collaboration. And the dairy and poultry industries both said, yes, we need to do something much more strict than any other state is doing right now. So we've had great compliance, and Dr. Baldwin continues to lead a joint industry working group that's brought together poultry and dairy. So I think we're taking the breather that we're getting right now and just continuing to monitor. We also are building an equine welfare grant program to change tack a little bit. So we have a couple of things on horses. We're running the Wild Horse Working Group. That's going to make recommendations on sort of the state's investment effort in supporting our wild horse management alongside BLM. And then we also, through our animal welfare work, have an equine welfare grant program. A lot of the equine welfare cases we see through our Bureau of Animal Protection, a lot of them have to do with people with big hearts who don't have the means to actually take care of that animal. Maybe they thought it would be less expensive than it was, or they came upon hard times. So we want to kind of have a non-regulatory approach to help out people when they might be struggling. So we just finished taking input on that grant, and we'll be launching that here in the coming months. Cage-free egg law back to chickens takes effect January 1. We've been working toward this. This was a legislative effort, actually a collaboration between the industry and advocates. So nobody in the industry is surprised by this. In fact, in dealing with high-path avian influenza, a lot of the producers were already going to have some time offline to finish their infrastructure changes to comply with cage-free. So starting January 1, all eggs sold in Colorado will come from cage-free hens, regardless of whether those hens are here in Colorado or another state. So that means we've had to figure out sort of the regulatory model for regulating outside of state lines. But you know, excited about that. Our team's done a fantastic job. We had one input in our rulemaking. It was from industry asking us to strongly regulate this program. So I think the industry knows the market was already heading in this direction. And then lastly, on animal health and welfare, and then I am almost done, we launched a brand new division at the Department of Ag, and it's the Division of Animal Welfare. This came through our legislative effort this last year, and we hired a fantastic new division director, Joe Stafford, who started just about 3 weeks ago. Joe, he's been the last 5 years the director of animal services for the Animal Rescue League of Iowa, but for the 23 years prior, he was in animal welfare and law enforcement work here in Colorado with the Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region as the director of animal law enforcement. And then prior to that, spent 11 years in the United States Air Force as a law enforcement specialist and training manager. So he's now overseeing our 2 animal welfare regulatory programs, BAP and PACFA. He's also hiring an education and outreach specialist. Much of our effort, again, is really leaning into education, even though these are regulatory programs. And he'll be a face and voice that you see out there, working closely with livestock industry, with our animal welfare industry, and many other folks in between. So in addition, we have some openings, and I think one of the biggest one for you all is that Les Owen, who's been our Conservation Division Director for the last 8 years, was recruited back home to New Mexico to be the Deputy Secretary of Ag in New Mexico. So I told him he will continue to work on wolves and water and wild horses and all the things. We'll just send them his way and he'll keep working on those. But really grateful for Les, but that means our Conservation Division Director is open. So that person oversees all of our climate resilience, soil health, renewable energy, federal lands, works with Robert on water, noxious weeds, and beyond. So if anyone knows folks, please send them my way. We are also towards the end of the process for hiring a new state fair general manager. Had a great state fair this year, almost 500,000 folks in attendance, almost 500,000 in the junior livestock auction, 4th annual Governor's Plate, as well as a fantastic Centennial Farms and Ranch event where we actually got to recognize Deb Daniel for her leadership in the Republican River Basin among the Centennial Farm and Ranch families as well. So by next fair, we'll have a new GM taking the reins. We are also bringing on 2 more folks in our ag worker program, and in addition, one more emergency response specialist to work with Dan Frazen on emergency preparedness in agriculture. Wolves, I will mention this, of course, Director Gibbs gave a great update on where DNR and CPW are at on the wolf management plan. CDA has a MOU, so a very close working relationship with CPW. We just, a few weeks ago, announced next phase in our grant program, so we have $300,000 available in $20,000 segments to organizations of many kinds that support multiple producers, livestock producers in their region, to implement non-lethal strategies. So whether that's education, workshops, range rider training, buying equipment, preparing a community for what it means to figure out coexistence, we are providing those resources, but also learning alongside folks. I want to say thank you, of course, to Director Boucher for hosting me and my team. I guess it was maybe a couple months ago now, over the summer in Middle Park. We spent a day just touring the drainages, really, getting a sense of the landscape. Spent some time under that elk that Lauren shared. And just really getting to know the issues from a very specific landscape perspective. I did the same thing yesterday. That's why I wasn't able to join the tours with the Gunnison stock growers. Very grateful for them and their time. Toured much of Gunnison County and spent the afternoon just dialoguing about what this means for these local communities. I think one or a couple of my biggest takeaways that I feel strongly about as well is that, you know, I was hearing from Gunnison that there is so much non-lethal work going on out there, but the state really has to continue to lean into providing that support. It's expensive work. It changes how you do business, how you run your operation, how you hire people, if you hire people, how you train them, how you pay for them. We got into a lot of the labor discussion, which we know is a hard deal in ag across the board. And these visits just really hammer home what it means for a business, right? It's one thing what it means for a landscape or a community, but what it means for an individual business to make these investments. So that's where we're trying to lean in with this money, but we know it's not the end of this work and more to come. And again, just so grateful for Director Boucher's leadership and partnership. Just lastly, lots of upcoming events, various travel. I'll be in Indianapolis next week, Taiwan and South Korea for a trade mission, Morocco. Jordan Beasley will be representing Colorado there with the USDA, continued our partnerships with the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. So you can see we're really trying to put Colorado on the global map, but staying true to our local roots, and a lot more to come. Lastly, we just published our annual magazine, Cultivating Colorado. I brought a stack for everyone to take home and distribute in your communities. That is the end of my report.
Thank you, Director Greenberg. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Thank you for all you do. Okay. To the second best water agency.
Got it right.
So I was grateful to have a lot of help from people in the Valley teach me a little bit more about the compact before I sat on that in that capacity. And there's a lot of stuff, you know, going on in the Valley around our modeling efforts, replacement plans that sub-districts are in charge of. So we actually have a meeting on the Rio Grande Decision Support System model coming up next week, the next phase 7 of that model. So I'd like to start, you know, maybe just talking about staffing. I'd like to thank the DNR HR team and my hiring managers. I know we talk about how we are short-staffed and there's a lot of burnout issues, but we actually have more of our positions filled than we have in a really long time because of the great work and how fast those advertisements for positions are being advertised. We still have some difficulty hiring like the mid-level engineering type positions that are more technical because some of those applicants come from the outside, but it is great to have more positions filled than we have in a long time. It doesn't mean we have full staff, but it's better than where we've been. So one of those new staff members that CWCB staff, you know, probably will be working with in their capacity funding grants for dams is the dam safety chief. So last meeting, I announced that we hired John Hunyadi, who was the previous dam safety chief, as the Assistant State Engineer for Public Safety and Systems, which was my position I was in before being appointed state engineer. And so that left a hole in the dam safety chief position. We have hired John Batka, who is a dam safety engineer for over 10 years in the South Platte Basin. And I'm very excited to have somebody with his experience. He's known as, at least what I'm told, he's known as the dam owner whisperer because of the great job he does at dealing with dam owners. It's a lot of our staff have very difficult jobs telling people things they don't want, which is why we get billed in this meeting as the second water entity. And that includes dam safety staff. You know, when they have to issue restrictions and things, it's not a popular thing to do, but that's their job, is to protect the public and the safe, you know, from dams. And so John, as the dam owner whisperer, will be very helpful in that position and just continue the great work that John Hunyadi has been doing on doing comprehensive dam safety evaluations to more define risk in a more detailed way at dams. We have been working a lot staffing-wise on reorganizing many of our different groups because of some of the ways that the classification for positions in the state system work, and that is almost complete. We also have a few new positions. We had 2 positions in the South Platte for river operations coordinators, so we will actually have 4 different river operations coordinators by region, which will be very helpful for us to manage the complexity that I've talked about that's happening in the South Platte with all of the augmentation plans. We also got a new river operations coordinator in this basin in the San Luis Valley in Division 3 that will be helpful to manage some of the complicated annual replacement plans and well administration that's occurring here. So we want to thank the legislature for the funding for those new positions. Moving on to rulemakings, one of the things that state engineer has the pleasure of doing is the rulemakings. We have a few of them that are upcoming, and one of them is West Slope measurement rules. So these were started by Kevin Ryan back in a couple years ago in Division 6. And the idea was that we need a better idea. We need to give the public a better idea of what we expect for measuring devices on the West Slope. There are many basins and tributaries on the West Slope where there aren't measuring devices on all or many of the structures because they have never been administered. But with the need to more accurately define consumptive use on the West Slope and what we're allowing people to divert to accomplish that beneficial use, and the potential for you know, as administration gets tighter, we don't want to have to do at the last minute, have to say, well, we're going to install thousands of measuring devices to accomplish some administrative task. And so we'd like to do that in a more managed fashion, and that's what these measurement rules are about. The divisions are a little different, obviously, because each of them has, each stream, as many of you that are in different basins understand, have different administrative schemes. So we started in Division 6. Those were promulgated in January 16th. They were signed by the court, by the water court. Division 7 rules, we did stakeholder meetings last fall, 5 of them. We have 1 more that we're planning on doing on October 17th this year. We took a little time to reevaluate after Kevin's retirement where we were going, and so I could get my feet on the ground, to be honest. And so that last is intended to be the last stakeholder meeting. We addressed most of the comments from the Southwestern District and the Animas La Plata. They were the 2 entities that provided the highest number of comments on those rules, and met with them 2 weeks ago to talk about their specific concerns, and they were pretty happy with what we did to address their concerns. Some of them on implementation. Implementation of measurement rules involves inventorying the structures, telling owners that don't comply that they need to comply. That's a big lift for our staff. So our implementation in the Division 7 rules timeline is a little longer. It also recognizes that basins where there is administration are a higher priority than basins where there currently is not. So there's a longer time frame for the non-priority areas. And that may be a philosophy we take forward as we go to Division 4, which would be next after Division 7, and Division 5 after that. So stay tuned for results of those. Those have to be filed with the water court. So once we do our last stakeholder meeting, we would be looking to file Division 7's rules in water court in November. And we'll see what kinds of comments we get after that. The well construction rules, we also, one of our responsibilities with the Board of Examiners for water well construction is to promulgate rules for the effective and safe construction of wells that protect the groundwater resource in Colorado. We started about 2 years ago looking at some changes to those rules, or staff did. They've been holding stakeholder meetings for the past 2 years with different groups, primarily the well contractors are the ones that are interested in that. we're getting to where they're going to be presenting some proposed rules on our October 1st meeting to the Board of Examiners. And the board's going to be looking and making a decision on what to move forward with, or directing staff on what to move forward with. We've had lots of engagement on those rules. On the, just to be honest, the contractor's concerned about potential increases in cost of constructing wells by increasing annular space or grouting requirements. And so staff is trying to take those comments into consideration with what they propose to the board coming up in 2 weeks, I guess. Those are the two big rulemaking efforts. There's some others coming up, like shallow geothermal. When the legislation passed that separated deep geothermal from shallow geothermal, ECMC is in charge of the deep geothermal operations. They've already went through a rulemaking process. It's not quite complete there. We need to go through the rulemaking process on the shallow geothermal at some point in the near future. On outreach, I've continued to try to get around the state to introduce myself to people, to talk about issues that are going on. Derek Turner and I presented to the Colorado Water Congress at their Colorado Bar Association's meeting or work session. And I think it was well received. We did a lot of history of the 1969 Water Rights Determination Act and how we got to where we're at in terms of what DWR's role in the water court process is, because that's been we'll say contentious issue, or some people have been questioning what's our role in the consultation process, what's our role as an opposer in cases. I think reviewing the history of the 69 Act that got us to where we're at was really good, because it gives you an idea of what the legislature was thinking. Justice Hobbs, late Justice Hobbs, wrote some really good historical documents on that act that we went through, and some of his comments on the importance of having DWR involved in the water court process as the on-the-ground knowledge of water administration and how decrees affect the river system. So that was one thing. I also did an introduction in the last day of water conference to myself. Recently, last week, we attended a meeting with the Lower South Platte Water Conservancy District Perkins Canal work group, just to discuss some of their concerns about the Perkins County Canal. They also have done some work on studying the potential impacts that they shared with us. So that was a really good meeting. We don't have a lot of updates on where we're at with negotiations with Nebraska or discussions with Nebraska about the project. Nebraska hasn't given us any more detailed information on what they are planning, but it was good for us to have that discussion with that group and get their input on where we might go. We also, Corey DeAngelis and I met with the Central Water Conservancy District yesterday and just talked through some issues that they have on our water court participation and the Perkins County Canal. To be honest, was another one of their questions, and that was a really good meeting to get to know some of their board members. Compact meetings and compact issues. I'm going to skip over the ARCA. It was really great to be with Lauren and CWCB staff at the ARCA Special Engineering Committee meeting. As she already mentioned, it was nice to be in person and get to know the players, get to know people, because there are some thorny issues we're going to be discussing on accounting for that compact going forward. The Republican River Compact Administration meeting was held the day before in Colby, Kansas, so I got to spend a little more time in Colby than Lauren and some of the CWCB staff. But that meeting went very well. As you all that were here yesterday, you heard Deb Daniels and the Republican River present their request for $6 million for additional money to dry up lands. A resolution that was signed by the Compact Administration meeting or Compact Administration Group in 2016 requires the retirement of 10,000 acres by the end of this year and 25,000 acres, so an additional 15,000 acres by the end of 2029. We are well on our way, as you heard yesterday, well over the 10,000 acres. We're looking to have another special meeting of the Republican Compact Administration group, which is myself and Earl from Kansas, and right now the interim director of DNR, Jesse Bradley with Nebraska, to confirm that Colorado has hit that 10,000 acre goal by the time we were required to, and then we move on to getting to that 25,000. So we have a good partner, a great partner in the Republican Conservation District. I was glad to attend the meeting where she was honored with the Legacy Award at the Centennial Farms and Ranches lunch at the State Fair. And I'm just was glad to hear her and her staff talk about continued efforts to obtain funding to get us to that goal, because the alternative to not reaching those goals is not good for me in particular, because we would have to curtail wells in the Republican. And so I have a vested interest in us reaching that goal. So it's great to have such an awesome partner in the Republican Conservation District to do that. Last is, Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado case. I mentioned last time that the Supreme Court released their opinion denying the request to enter the consent decree signed by the 3 states. Following that, the special master, that is the person appointed by the Supreme Court to handle these cases, had been on the case for over 10 years. He retired and decided he wasn't probably going to be around for finishing out the case. The Supreme Court has appointed a new special master, D. Brooks Smith from Pennsylvania. Our first status conference with the new special master will be occurring on October 23rd. I will be attending that, as well as Chad. Most of it will be Colorado listening to Texas and New Mexico and the federal government explain to the new special master where they are at, where we were at, and the issues in the case. That's one of the difficulties is, somebody new coming in that needs to learn the history of the case, all of the technical issues that are involved. That we will start that process in another month. And then the last thing is just, we also have been working on legislation, reviewing interim water or ag and water resources review committee bills. There's a couple particular ones that we've been reviewing, the revegetation, as Kate mentioned, and then the transparency and water right transactions bill that would put within DWR the responsibility to maintain a database of water rights that are listed for sale and water rights that have been purchased. Obviously, we're watching that one with some interest because it puts some additional responsibility on the Division of Water Resources. I will just say that, water rights transactions and water rights ownership are a very emotional subject with our users. And so there are a lot of nuances that bill will have to handle to make sure that it does it in a way that people are comfortable with it. But it's not maybe as simple as just, we're going to have a database of water right transactions that DWR is going to maintain, because that requires us to then answer questions on ownership. Right now, what we do, just as a FYI for this group, with ownership, we tell people we don't track ownership because there's no requirement for anybody to tell us when a water right changes hands, which is interesting, because a lot of people think that, well, you're administering the water rights, why don't you know who owns them? We typically know who it is we contact when we're doing administrative actions. When we have to do a curtailment, we know the ditch writer on a ditch, or we know the manager for a sub-district or a district that is managing wells that we have to contact, but we don't necessarily purport to track ownership. I don't know that this bill actually would get us to where we would be able to definitively say who owns all the water rights in the state of Colorado either. So just ones we are watching. So that, I think, concludes my report, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Owen. Any questions? Yes, Mr. McCall.
Jason, do you have a timetable for your Division 4 measurement rules process?
I have a thought in mind, but since I haven't spoken with my Division 4 division engineer, I probably don't want to mention it here. Sometime after we file the rules in Division 7.
But maybe next year?
Perhaps next year, yes.
Okay.
I think I can say that without scaring Bob too much.
Anyone else? I just remind you on the ownership legislation that sometimes it's just lipstick on a pig, just get rid of it.
Well, hopefully it won't make it out of committee today.
Right, yeah, okay. Thank you for all you do, appreciate it. So I learned something last night, eating dinner with Robert Harris. Dude's a carnivore, so anyway, we'll just leave there, turn it over to you for Division of Parks and Wildlife.
I can't deny it. Thank you, Chairman Combs. Yeah, I'm Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at CPW. Director Davis sends his regrets. Our executive management team is meeting today, so he couldn't attend. But it is great to be here in the San Luis Valley. I particularly want to thank CPW's local area and Southwest Regional staff who came to Beaver Reservoir yesterday to stand in the rain and talk about CPW's goals and partnerships with local water users, specifically our local area wildlife manager, Rick Besegoitia, and as well as a couple of CPW's water superstars, Tony Eloya and Ryan Unterreiner. I see Executive Director Gibbs stepped out, but I want to thank him for his summary of the Keep Colorado Wild update. $39 million is a really tremendous response to from the public to this program. And I also want to thank Director Gibbs for summarizing the latest updates about reintroduction of gray wolves in Colorado. I don't have a lot to add to that, but hopefully folks know that if you want to find the latest updates on gray wolves, you can visit CPW's Wolves in Colorado page. And I'll also second Director Gibbs' particular thanks to Directors Bruchet and Greenberg for your partnership and leadership in meeting this very challenging assignment that the voters have given us. So thank you. I also want to give an update on the discovery of zebra mussels or zebra mussel veligers. That's the larva of zebra mussels in the Colorado River and in the Government Highline Canal. As folks probably recall, we did confirm the discovery of veligers in both places in July. No adult zebra mussels were found, however. Since July, CPW, in coordination with the Bureau of Reclamation, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, and local water users, have sampled the Colorado River from Glenwood Springs to the Utah state line. These efforts include weekly sampling from DeBeck to Grand Junction. CPW has also conducted 2 multi-day rafting trips from Glenwood to Grand Junction. And all told, these efforts have resulted in about 350 additional samples. And as of this time, we haven't found any additional adults or zebra mussel veligers since July. Which is, really good news, but it also sort of confounds us a bit in terms of discovering the cause and the source of that original discovery. In addition, CPW has implemented a voluntary inspection and education effort on the Colorado River boat launch areas in the Grand Junction area. So these efforts have resulted in over 3,800 face-to-face contacts with recreators. CPW is conducting surveys to better understand what kind of watercraft are going into the river, where they're coming from, where they're going, and to better understand just what kind of risk this presents. BLM's funded a targeted ad campaign, which has been launched in partnership with Wildlife Forever. This has resulted in over 920,000 impressions, which I think is their metric for, social media engagement and ad views and the like that have been made through the campaign. We've also posted 24 signs on river access areas, just informing the public of this new detection and the issues involved. So yeah, and some good news is we haven't found any more. But we're making some excellent strides in educating the public. However, we're just not that much closer to understanding the causes here. But we'll keep looking and provide any updates as we have them. And with that, I'll conclude my report unless there are any additional questions.
Thank you. Any questions or? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to Keith with the Water Resource and Power Development. Is he not on? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess if they're not there, we'll go on without it. If it's all right, we'll, are we sure they're not on, Viola? Okay. Okay, no problem. Let's go ahead and take our break, and we'll be back here in 15, so that'd be 10:25.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Not yet. We're getting a quorum right here. Here we come with John, and Barbara's in here, so we're good to go, I think. Okay, welcome everybody back after the break. We'll kick off here with agenda item number 5. Kirk, go ahead.
Good morning. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, CWCB. You've heard me talk enough about money yesterday, so I'm going to try to keep this fairly quick. The update on the cash balance report was emailed to you all this morning. It is the same document that we talked a little bit about yesterday at the Finance Committee, and echo Director Rissa's sentiments. Thank you guys all for your participation yesterday. That is a valuable time for us to get feedback from you all as it relates to where we're spending our money. So appreciate your attention yesterday to that fairly long morning, or long day. The highlights I want to point out on this cash balance report, you can see how this September meeting every year, we gather most of the stuff identified from the previous year. The fiscal year of CWCB with the rest of the state ends June 30th. Takes us a little while to inventory all the expenses and commitments we have during the month of July and August. We are in the process of doing our compilation. Mimi Winter is involved in that, which is presented in November. So September, the numbers that I've provided here, the starting number in line number 2 of the construction fund, is a pretty solid number, but there could be some minor adjustments in both of these as we go through that compilation and do our math at the very end. So we start off with about 96 million in the construction fund, and you will see towards the end of this first page, I actually start pulling off stuff from last year's projects bill. So it's a little bit deceiving how big a number that starts with. And again, this is unreserved money that I start with at 96 million. You can see that line 3 and 4, we add about $40 million in cash. Some of that is interest, some of it is principal, and in this case, some of it's federal mineral lease. And then I throw in that deauthorization, best guess of about $6 million. That money, when I say deauthorization and reversals, 3 components of that. One of them is a project that we've approved and they never contracted with us and they expired that 3 years we talked about yesterday, or other reasons where they've no longer needed the money. Or we might have a contract loan or grant for that sake that came in under budget, or they got some money from elsewhere and we reverse that money out of the contract. So they borrow $1 million, they only use $500,000, we will reverse that out, and that starts showing up in that line number 5. So we move that through this spreadsheet, and again, I'm looking at the projections at this point because at this point in time, the year is too early to really focus on cash coming in. I would want to focus your attention on line number 10, which is the money available in this fund for.
Are you supposed to be sharing?
No, this is just on your, sorry, I did,
okay.
I should have probably.
Was it emailed out?
Yes, I emailed it.
All right,
Yeah, earlier today.
Sorry.
gotcha.
I probably should have put that on the screen. Yeah, see, this is my transition from paper to digital, and I'm still maybe struggling a little bit with that. My apologies. But if you're in that document, line number 10 is my projection of loan money available for this fiscal year, and I've got a number of 9 million in there. And then I get down into those subtractions, which is rows 16 through 19. You can see the 77.8 million. That is last year's projects bill that impacts that number that starts at the top. So it's kind of odd, and it's because we're committing money in last fiscal year for this upcoming fiscal year in the projects bill that does not register in the account until July 1st. So it's this bridging of our fiscal year date. So you can see down at the end, I then have my budgeted numbers for this year's projects bill, that 26 million that we talked about yesterday. Taking that down to about 11 million is where the math works out so that I still have 9 million available in this account. I know that was pretty fast, and maybe you weren't actually looking at that spreadsheet. Happy to answer any questions if you have them now. You can always pull me aside later. I like to talk about this stuff, so anytime you'd like to ask any questions about it. Moving to perpetual base, same story. We start off with a very large number, but it's a little bit deceiving. because we will then subtract off the projects bill down below. But you can see, we start off with 170 million and add about 75 million in the next couple lines from principal and interest that'll come in during the course of this year, plus treasury interest, and then the severance tax revenue that is projected to be about 47 million. And then the line 10, if I line that up correctly, I'm showing that we still have about 87 million available in severance tax perpetual base for new loans. Of that number, we talked yesterday about a potential loan with the Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District. That would fall into that number that you may likely see at the November board meeting. So it leaves us about 60 million available going forward for the next 3 or 4 board meetings. Down below, you can see I subtract off the projects bill for last year and the Shoshone 20 million that was in that bill, the 100 million that was to the loan to Northern for the NISP project, and then we transferred $26 million to the general fund out of this account. And so when you start doing that math, it's what gives me that available funds for new loans up above. So I'd like to take that down to 0, and that tells me how much I have uncommitted money for projects. And then, as we talked yesterday, I don't have a problem taking that to a negative number if we get enough requests for new loans. I a lot of times do this 2 reasons. One, if a borrower comes in and says, we would really like your money, how much do you have available? And this allows me to talk with a ballpark number. We have some very large projects around the state that would like to use these funds, but we certainly wouldn't want to overcommit to a point where it's too risky. So that's why I do this the way I do it. Any questions on these 2 sheets? Then the last page of this is that look forward that we talked a little bit about yesterday. That's just really taking it all to a very basic summary. It's what shows me that we've got, if we spent all the money the way I just prepared, we have about 70 million, and I'm looking in the far right column under funds combined, and understanding that I do this math for the finance committee that shows how much we have available for the non-reimbursable / projects bill grants. As I indicated, we're probably looking at about 30 million next year instead of 26 million. And I've got 70 million in potential new loans next fiscal year in those 2 funds combined. So I will wrap that up unless there are any questions, and you can listen to these great projects that we're proposing to loan money to from Zach and Joshua.
Any questions? Thank you, Kirk. Oh, go ahead. Yes, Director Phil.
Just wondering, Kirk, with the, you've talked about how interest earnings have been a pretty phenomenal part of the whole equation. As you look out here in 25, 26, have you been dialing that back based on Fed comments and that kind of stuff, or just sort of you got a certain average you work with all the time?
Yeah, I do not take on the crystal ball look. I just take what we received last year and apply it forward. I don't really have any other way to judge. And what you're referring to is the treasury interest. We do have, we obviously have loans that we're loaning out at a higher interest rate today than we did 3 or 4 years ago. We also have loans that 10 years ago are at a rate higher than we're loaning out today. So I don't really follow a lot of that ebb and flow. I just take a snapshot of last year and apply it forward.
I meant, you carry a lot of funds that are getting treasury interest, right?
Yes.
So that's what I was wondering about.
No, I just take what we received last year and apply it forward.
Okay.
But if those rates go up, then obviously these numbers increase in our opportunity to do more loans and possibly more non-reimbursables, because additional revenue that comes in excess of the growth, then we are able to do more non-reimbursable projects bill funding.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you, Kirk. If it's okay with you, I think what we'll do on the loans is we have a little bit of we've got to make a declaration there for number C from Director Wind, but otherwise we'll take them all as one block. Are you okay with that voting?
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
For approval?
To put them
to
one motion of all?
Yes, or do you want them individually?
I think it's better to do them independent as we interact with the state controller.
Okay.
I think all these really need to be in action independently.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right, cool with 6A.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Yep. Awesome.
Okay. Good morning. For the record, my name is Joshua Godwin, project manager for the finance section. We'll probably end up taking a little more time than usual because we have a higher number of loans that came in this cycle. I'll take 2 loans, Zach will take 2 loans, and then we'll wrap up. I'll wrap up with a final loan. This is agenda item 6A, loan request for the feeder canal stabilization for a Crawford Water Conservancy District located in Delta County in the Gunnison Basin. The district is asking to borrow $300,000 toward the stabilization of the feeder canal. The terms will be 27 years at an interest rate of 2.1%. My contact for this project has been Matt Jensen, the general manager. Now, there's some limitations for the district in working with and asking for funding. They're currently limited to $300,000 and a total payback, principal plus interest, of $400,000. I calculated that they would need to repay the loan over 27 years in order to avoid that ceiling debt. So hence why we have a loan term of 27 years. Last December, a landslide occurred below a 200-foot section of the Smith Fork feeder canal that delivers water into the Crawford Reservoir. The district immediately shut down the canal and lined it with a compacted bentonite to prevent additional seepage from exacerbating the problem. They were able to run the canal the rest of the season, knowing the bentonite was a temporary solution. During the summer, the district hired an engineer and performed a geotechnical analysis to come up with a long-term solution. And the district ended up draining most of their savings in doing so. And you can see some photos here. A little farther distance, that circle kind of shows the 200-foot section that the landslide occurred in. I tried to get a good sense with a closer footage of how big that was. It was probably roughly, I'd say 15 to 20 feet of slide down, so about 20 feet of drop. The firm that designed the alternatives recommended aiming for a factor of safety of 1.3. The bentonite compaction provides a factor of safety of less than 1.1. So the 2 alternatives were proposed, the first being tiebacks, meaning that you put a wall against the slope and drill anchors into it deep into the hillside behind it. This was an expensive option, and more expensive than Schulze alternative, but more importantly, while it reached the 1.3 factor, the installation could destabilize the hillside adjacent to it. So the chosen solution is called buttressing. For this project, the buttress of the hillside would be to place large, coarse, angular, locally sourced boulders in the disturbed area to stabilize the hillside. And the estimated factor of safety would be a 1.31. The total project cost is estimated to be $884,000. The district has received grants from both the River District and the NRCS. The total funds available with all these sources does exceed the total project cost. And this is because the NRCS funds don't become available until after the project is completed. So our loan will be used in part as a stopgap to help provide funding for the contractors while they wait for the NRCS funds. The district is also putting forth a ballot measure to raise their borrow limit from $300,000 to $1 million. And if it passes, you may see a request for an increase in the November board meeting. Their interest rate, as I mentioned, is a 2.1. It's the agricultural rate for 27 years. Financial ratios have indicated that the company is a strong borrower, and the collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant. Now, lastly, here's the staff recommendation as it's stated in the front page of the board memo. And I think Matt Jensen, the general manager, might be on to say a few words as well and help answer questions.
Yes, I am.
Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So do you have anything to say, Matt, or do you just in case someone has a question?
Yeah, I guess I would be willing to take questions if anybody had any.
Okay. Any questions from the board on agenda item 6A? Okay. Not, I'd entertain a motion. Oh, sorry, Director McLeod.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board adopt the staff recommendation for the Crawford Water Conservancy District loan.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval, second from Director Boucher. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, this is agenda item 6B, program request for the Taylor Draw hydroelectric turbine refurbishment to the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. It's located in Rio Blanco County in the Yampa Basin. The district is asking to borrow $2,146,250 for the Taylor Draw hydroelectric turbine refurbishment. Terms will be 30 years at the hydroelectric rate of 2%. My contact for this project has been Alan Vandenbrink. In the early 1990s, the district constructed the 2-megawatt hydroelectric power facility for integration into the local power grid. And now the district provides power to western Rio Blanco County via the Moon Lake Electric Association. In 2021 and 2022, the district's power generation facility experienced weather-related power surges. Both times it required the facility to shut down and undergo repairs. While it is currently operating, the power generation is running at under capacity until full refurbishment of the turbine can occur. Since the disruption, both Moon Lake, the power purchaser, and the district have improved their systems to prevent other such surges from damaging the equipment. The district has maintained a rigorous maintenance and replacement schedule to improve the long-term viability of the facility. The unscheduled maintenance over the past couple of years has drained the district's reserves, and the turbine has reached the end of its design life. The district wants to stay on schedule and, more importantly, get their facility back up to full capacity. To fix the turbine, two alternatives were outlined, one being to weld the blades in place. This is a cheaper option, but the blades are designed to pivot in place and to adjust the angle of attack based on the flow rate through the turbine, meaning the facility would not be operating efficiently, and certain flows would cause cavitation, which would cause a much quicker degradation. The chosen option, a complete refurbishment of the turbine, would guarantee a much longer life. This would see the turbine dismantled, transported to a controlled environment for inspection, repairing and replacing components, and then sent back for reassembly. The project financials. The total project cost is $2.1 million, and the interest rate is 2% for the 30-year term. The financial ratios indicate that the district is a typical borrower, and the collateral will consist of pledge of revenues based by a rate covenant per Policy 5. Lastly, here is a staff recommendation, as it's stated in the front page of the board memo, and I believe Alden is online to say a few words as well. Alden.
I'm here. It just took me a moment to get my sound system going here. Thank you. Thanks Joshua and the CWCB staff for helping us move this forward. It really helped us learn a whole lot more about water conservancy districts and working with the CWCB. So this is a very important component for our district. It does funding for the district to maintain this enterprise, but it also is a mechanism for us. As many of you know, we do have a reservoir project we're working on because the White River Basin is deficient on storage, but this project allows us to bring water down to our district for our constituents to use. So the financial benefits and the power that it provides for our district is one component, as there's also benefits to water for other water users to use because it is non-consumptive, but also for staying in the river to help other beneficial uses such as the threatened and endangered fish that we have and other recreation pieces. So I just appreciate the opportunity to be here and visit with you all in your consideration of our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on agenda item 6B? Taylor Draw Hydroelectric. Director Vasquez.
I'm just wondering, and again, this is an information-only question, whether CWCB is the appropriate place to be funding this or whether Power and Water Authority is more appropriate. Just a question.
I'd say we probably are both equally set up for this opportunity, since we actually have a specific hydroelectric rate. It's not blended by municipalities and agriculture. It is specifically for hydroelectric.
Thanks so much.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 6B. Oh, Director Brown, please.
I would just move staff recommendation on item 6B.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Vasquez. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Zach.
Mr. Chair.
Who's calling me?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sorry, Director. I was blind.
Request a recusal on agenda topic 6C from board deliberation and any board action.
Thank you. We'll excuse you. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, Zach, go ahead.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Zach Salen with CWCB staff. Before I get started, I do just want to acknowledge there's an incredible potato cookbook in the corner that is generating huge amounts of buzz with CWCB staff. I recommend you pick one up before they're all gone. Potatoes are effectively the base of my food pyramid, and I can already tell it's going to get a lot of mileage in my household. So today we have agenda item 6C, which is a water project loan request from for the Cache La Poudre River Diversion Rehabilitation Project. This was submitted by the Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company, which operates in Larimer and Weld counties. This project is located in Division 2, and you can see some of the key project information displayed here. The Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company is seeking a loan of $2,900,720 to cover the total project cost, and the loan terms will be 30 years at a blended interest rate of 2.15%. The Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company's Cache La Poudre River diversion structure was originally constructed in 1955 with a reinforced concrete dam and 4 electronically controlled radial gates. This project will be the final of 4 aging infrastructure projects undertaken by the Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company to improve their canal and diversion infrastructure. As it stands today, the Cache La Poudre River diversion structure is showing its age. The structure has degraded and leaks significantly, losing an estimated 1,800 acre-feet of water annually. Checkboards must be installed and removed from the spillway crest by hand to raise the water elevation during low flow periods. The unsealed electronics which control the radial gates become inoperable when submerged, which increases the potential for damage during flood events. Therefore, the need for an improved diversion structure is clear. The project is shown here. Their diversion structure, as indicated on the map, is located on the Cache La Poudre River, just northwest of the city of Fort Collins. The key components of this project will include replacement of the current 4 radial gates and flashboards with 2 new radial gates and 2 new overshot style gates. A new floating trash boom will be installed to protect the gates, and the rehabilitation of the diversion structure will minimize the leakage through the dam and will enable more efficient operation of the structure as well as improved performance in periods of flood. Design of the project is approximately 75% complete. Construction is planned to start in November 2024 with completion expected by April 2025. So here are the project financials. The total project cost is $2.872 million, and the Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company is seeking a loan of $2.9 million approximately that will cover the total project cost. The Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company has 96% agricultural, 3% mid-income municipal, and 1% low-income municipal ownership. Therefore, they qualify for a blended interest rate of 2.15% for a 30-year term. The financial ratios on the memo indicate that the company is a strong borrower, and the collateral for the project will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a covenant and the project itself per CWCB policy number 5. Here's the staff recommendation for the project as stated on the first page of your memo. CWCB staff recommends the board approve agenda item 6C, a loan not to exceed $2,900,720 for costs related to the Cache-la-Poudre River Diversion Rehabilitation Project from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. My contacts in preparing this board memo have been Kimberly Nelson and Andrew Pineda with the Larimer and Weld Irrigation Company. And I believe Andrew is online with us right now to show his support for this project.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, board and staff. Thank you to the board and Zach and Matt Stearns for helping us out with this particular endeavor and loan application. Zach's presentation, I think, summarized our need and request very well. So it's an important project for us and for our shareholders as we kind of wrap up our final phases of our projects here on the river diversion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for
Thanks,
being
Andy. And if there are any questions from the board, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 6C. Okay. Director Cloud with the motion and get you for the second. Is it right, Director Felt? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Do you want to go get Brad? Sorry. Her Director Wayne, sorry. Oops. So they just gotta be in there. Okay, let's go on to 6B.
Thank you. This is agenda item 6D, a water project loan request for the Elephant Buttress Tunnel Rehabilitation Project. This application was submitted by the Silver Lake Ditch and Reservoir Company, which operates in Boulder County. This project is located in Division 1. You can see some of the key project information displayed right here. They are seeking a loan of $151,500 to cover the unfunded portion of the project costs. These loan terms will be 20 years at a blended interest rate of 2.95%. Those of you who travel home from your weekend mountain adventures via Highway 119 may have noticed a steel pipe snaking along the walls of Boulder Canyon. Approximately 1 mile from the mouth of the canyon, that pipe disappears into a crack in a rock outcropping. That pipe is the Silver Lake Ditch, and that crack in the rock is the Elephant Buttress Tunnel. The tunnel suffered damage in the 2013 floods, which led to degradation of the structure, increased rockfall, and the possibility for catastrophic failure of the tunnel. This project seeks to stabilize the tunnel, protecting the Silver Lake Ditch delivery piping. The project site is shown here, approximately 1 mile up Boulder Canyon. The key aspects of this project will include scaling the loose material from the tunnel interior, replacing cribbing that allows for safe access by construction workers. There will be a new cast-in-place head wall, which will be installed at the western tunnel portal. A modular arched liner plate system will be installed along the tunnel length with geotechnical foam, filling the voids between the tunnel surface and the liner plate. The existing gate at the east portal of the tunnel will be repurposed for use as a rock deflector, and there will be new corrugated metal pipe at the tunnel exterior that will be replaced, as well as a new cast-in-place head wall there. The construction work on the project is planned to begin around late October or November of this year, with completion of the project expected by the end of 2024. And you can see here on this graphic, there's large amounts of rockfall, what CDOT would probably describe as boulders the size of a small boulder. And then you can also see the route of the Silver Lake Ditch and where it passes through that rock formation. That is the Elephant Buttress Tunnel. So here are the project financials. The total project cost for this is $280,000. The Silver Lake Ditch and Reservoir Company has 89% mid-income municipal ownership, 10% agricultural, and 1% commercial. Therefore, they qualify for a blended interest rate of 2.95% for a 20-year loan term. The financial ratios indicate that the company is a strong borrower, and the collateral will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a covenant and the project itself per policy number 5. Here's our staff recommendation for the project. CWCB staff recommends that the board approve agenda item 6D, a loan not to exceed $151,500 for costs related to the Elephant Buttress Tunnel Rehabilitation Project from the construction fund. My contacts in preparing this memo have been several of the Silver Lake Ditch and Reservoir Company board members, and I believe we have a few of them online right now to show their support for this project and appreciation for the funding opportunities that this board provides.
Yeah. Hello, this is George Gerstel. I would like to just quickly thank the board and staff for helping us through this process. This tunnel project is critical to the survival of the ditches. If it collapses, there will be no more ditch. So we appreciate your guidance and support for the loan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. And if this board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
I'd just like to move that we approve item 6D for the Elephant Butte ditch.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Brody? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Yes, please, Director Vasquez.
As a former member of the Colorado Transportation Commission, I appreciate your boulder-sized comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Josh?
All right, this is the last loan presentation, and then one more presentation from Kirk, and we will be done with Kirk's team. So, alrighty. All right, this is agenda item 6E, loan program request for the purchase of Flannery Reservoir to the West Divide Water Conservancy District, and it's located in Garfield County in the Colorado Basin. The district is asking to borrow $2,049,290 for the purchase and improvements to Flannery Reservoir. The terms will be 30 years at a blended interest rate of 3.8%. Sam Potter and Wendy Ryan are my contacts for the project. And I do have one correction. Your memo shows a 3.9% interest rate. Discussions with the borrower, some of the contractees were reclassified, which actually lowered their interest rate and brought the blended interest rate down to 3.8. But I missed the window in making that correction before the memo got out to you. We will be issuing another correction. But any change will be a minor reduction to the annual payment they have to pay, and then a small improvement to the ratios in the last table you'll see in the memo. The district is broken up into service areas that provide augmentation services to contractees within these areas. One of those service areas is 4 Mile Creek and is primarily domestic use. The district continues to receive requests for augmentation services within the 4 Mile Creek service area, but within the past year, the service area has become fully subscribed and augmentation contracts can no longer be issued. If they cannot be augmented, then the domestic wells will face curtailment. To solve this issue, the district has negotiated for the purchase of Flannery Reservoir along with the Flannery Ditch water rights. Flannery Ditch has a storage capacity of 97 acre-feet, and it sits on the edge of 4 Mile Creek with the infrastructure in place to provide augmentation water when needed after the water rights have been taken through water court. In addition to the purchase, the district will be improving the outlet works and spillway with the loan funds. And you can see that plank to the outlet works. It's an OSHA nightmare. Again, the total project cost is just over $2 million, and the blended interest rate is going to be at 3.8%, as I mentioned, for the 30-year term. The financial ratios indicate the district is a strong borrower, and the collateral will consist of pledged revenues backed by a rate covenant and the project itself. Lastly, here's the staff recommendation as it stated on the front page of the board memo. We did include a condition on the contract since the purchase includes more land than necessary to access and operate the reservoir. If the district sells any of this land in the future, the revenue from that transaction will go to paying down the loan for the project. And then Kirk has actually reminded me that any motion made on this loan should include, please include the correction to the interest rate as I mentioned, and I'll update the memo. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and also I think Wendy Ryan is on to help me with that as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion then to approve agenda item 6E with the corrected interest? Director Boucher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 6E, including the correction of the 3.9 interest rate to 3.8%.
Thank you. Is there a second? Director Brody, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you.
Yep, thank you all.
Appreciate it. Kirk, back to you. Agenda item 7.
Thank you, Chairman Combs. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. This item number 7, the Arkansas Valley Conduit update, is a non-action item. And I just cannot emphasize enough, and I know this board appreciates the work that's done by staff, not just my team, but across the board. We are blessed to have such committed and professional folks on board. And then there's all those behind the scenes that are doing the work after the board approves these loans. And we are going to get to hear an update on one of the a very impressive effort to get the Arkansas Valley Conduit underway. And we've got members of the district available to share some update information about the project and maybe where we're headed. With us is Bill Long, the president of the Southeast District, which is managing the efforts for the Bureau of Reclamation effort to put that conduit in, and Leanne Noga, the new executive director that replaced Jim Broderick earlier this year, will be joining us to share some information. We've been working diligently recently with the Water Power Authority and with the district and Otero County to put together a plan to move some of the funding forward that we have in place from this board. And just to remind this board, some of you that are new, back in 2019, a projects bill was put in place to authorize a $90 million loan along with a $10 million grant. And a couple of years ago, we were fortunate to have a significant influx of severance tax money. The decision was to add another $20 million to that original $10 million grant to the district. And so now we're up to 30, and that is the discussion of today, is how we're planning on moving that $30 million forward, and also just an update on the Bureau's effort to actually get that pipe dream to become a reality down the valley. So I will welcome the district to the podium.
Thank you, Kirk. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here today. I appreciate the opportunity. So yes, I'm Bill Long. I'm president of the district. I come from Bent County in the lower Arkansas Basin, live in Los Animas, so that's the county I represent is Bent. But Leanne is the main star of this show today, but I'm here mostly to thank each and every one of you. And I think we still have 2 board members from the 2019 time period, Jessica and Jackie, that were part of the first big decision-making. But I especially want to thank Jessica, Jackie, Kirk, and Becky Mitchell, because this was really, really a big lift for CWCB. But I want to give you just a little bit of background. The Arkansas Valley Conduit is part of the Frying Pan Arkansas project, which was signed by, the legislation was signed by President Kennedy in 1962 in Pueblo. Again, the conduit was always a component of the project, but one that was not funded, and that was always a challenge in funding a project like this. So the project languished until about 2000, when the Otero County Commissioners kind of got it restarted, and in 2002, the district really embraced the effort and took over that effort. And it's taken from 2002, when we aggressively started working on it, until about 2016 or 2017, when the Bureau finally acknowledged what they really expected from us, and that was $100 million. And the Southeast District does not have $100 million. So we went to work, having conversations with your staff, mostly Kirk, but others, in putting together this package that was absolutely critical in moving the Arkansas Valley Conduit forward. Without the commitment of this board and the state of Colorado, we would still be wondering how we would deliver clean, safe drinking water to the lower Arkansas Valley. So I really want to impress upon you, we've seen some important projects this morning on that you've approved. I really want to impress upon you how important your work is to all of us, and especially all of us in the Arkansas Valley who have many challenges, which Leanne will talk about in regard to safe drinking water. So again, thank you. We appreciate your work. We appreciate your support of the project. And I just want to say a couple words about Leanne. So Leanne is our new executive director, but she's been with us for 20 years. She started out at the very bottom and has worked her way to the very top while raising a family, operating a business, and spending a great deal of time educating herself at the university in Pueblo. So she's really got a great background and has been a pleasure to work with, and will be a great leader for the Southeast District for many years to come. So again, thank you for your contribution and your efforts in supporting our project. So Leanne?
Good, well, thank you. And to add to what Bill said, the importance of this board can't be explained. So thank you, and thanks for letting us come back and give an update on where we're at and where we'd like to go. To add to that, a little bit more information about me. I live in Avondale, Colorado, which is in the Arkansas Valley, and actually is the first stop on the conduit. So a little bit extra fact there. So Bill opened us up really well. I'd like to start with talking about when I first started in this position in March. The first thing that I walked into as the executive director is the Bureau talking to us about, hey, we're walking through a cost estimate on the Arkansas Valley Conduit. That cost estimate had been many years before it had been recost estimated. And in late April, we were told that our cost estimate would go from $1,660 million to $1.3 billion. That's a pretty big change. So what we did is sat down with staff, and the first thing we determined is we need a communication plan. And we believe that communication is the essence of everything, right? That is why we are here, because we want this board to understand the path that we're walking down and how we'd like to use these monies that you've put in front of us for this important project. So in June, we spent that month going first to our board of directors, making sure they were fully aware of the cost estimate and the changes in the project according to the Bureau. We spoke with our Arkansas Valley Conduit participants also 1 week later, and then we made sure that we touched base with each one of the possible funding agencies, including CWCB, that are a part of our project. The next thing that we did to build communication is we developed a newsletter. It's a monthly newsletter. That newsletter is from one board meeting that we hold at the Southeastern District to the next board meeting. So I brought a copy. Right now we have 3 issues. I've brought 20 copies of each. I'd encourage all of you at the break to take one. There is information on the first page of each of them, how you can sign up to get them monthly electronically. And I cannot go without mentioning that Chris Woodka writes these newsletters. He is a great staff that we have at the district. I know most of you know him, so I have to give credit where credit is due, and he is very much helping the communication process on our conduit project. So I encourage you to sign up for it. Next, I was going to give a quick overview of the project. I know the majority of you know the project, but thought I'd summarize it. Even though the Arkansas Valley Conduit is one big pipeline project, we have divided it up into 2 portions. The first portion is the reclamation sub-project, and that consists of the trunk line, the main trunk line. On this map, it is indicated in blue, even though the map is fairly small. It's about 122 miles long. The second portion of this project is the Enterprise sub-project. That is made up of all the spur and delivery lines. This is the portion that the Enterprise is responsible for the design and the construction of, and the same portion that we've came to you in the past and asked for the loan and the grant funds. That's where this portion will be used. Of the municipal and domestic waters, there are 39 participants in the Arkansas Valley Conduit, covering over 50,000 individuals in that area. They are forced with natural occurring radionuclides, which 18 of our 39 participants are under enforcement right now. We often talk about the drinking portion of the pipeline. It is the most important. But I want to add, and that one of the items that doesn't get talked about too often is that in the Arkansas Valley, there are wastewater issues, mainly caused by salinity. And because of a new source of water through this Arkansas Valley Conduit pipeline, it is going to correct the wastewater issues also on the back end. So there's many options or many benefits to the project, the drinking water being the main one. So I thought I'd start with an update of the progress on the construction. I know this board came out and seen and did a tour. Some stayed for the tour of the conduit. Starting in the upper portion picture, Boone Reach 1 is 70% complete. They are the first two portions that are listed in yellow are a bore, underground bore. This is 30-inch pipe. And the red portion is actually open trench. And so in this, you could see that hard curve in the top photo, and that is actually the pipeline taking a turn from Highway 50, now going down Highway 96. Highway 96 actually has been closed, and it will be closed for 12 months while they get that pipeline in that portion complete. In Boone Reach 2, on that bottom portion, this is actually Highway 96 and the work that's being completed on this stretch of the highway. The red portion of pipe is open trench and in the ground. The blue portion is an area where we're seeing very high levels of groundwater and are having to dewater this area before we actually before the Bureau puts in pipe. I have such a ownership of the project. I'm taking their ownership too, right? But this is the reclamation portion, and they are doing this construction. We also, the Bureau has also awarded the injection site. The injection site is listed in the little orange box on the top photo. That will be starting construction in 2024, the end of this year. Funding so far for the project is $321 million in federal funding. And as I mentioned earlier, in June of 24, we started the communication of the revised cost estimate of $1.3 million. To add to that, as you're aware, we have 2 more years of the BIL funds. We have very strong federal support with our Reclamation Commissioner Tootin, as well as our Colorado delegation, and are anxious to see what the next tranches of money are, because we hope and expect to be on that list. Now I'll go into the Enterprise sub-project. This is the portion that really applies to the funding that we've received from CWCB. At the point that the Bureau did their cost estimate, we felt that it was only right that we revised our cost estimate also to bring it up as a result of inflation and everything that's been happening over the past 5 years. So we did do that. In June of 24, we communicated that same process with ours, which our cost estimate revision was $75 million. That's only about 10 million more than it was prior. Right now, what we have completed in the project this far is we have preliminary design completed on the entire spur and delivery lines, and we have 100% design on the first 2 participants. That's Boone and Avondale. And in addition, we actually have the lines constructed constructed, built, and in the ground for the first two participants. The funding that was used to do the majority of the preliminary design on the spur and delivery, as well as all of the design and construction on Avondale and Boone, was a result of about $3 million of ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act. We had numerous entities, participants, and counties within the Arkansas Basin that bound together and really provided the district $3 million to get this far. So as of this minute, we haven't borrowed anything on behalf of the participants. Our planning is that through the end of this year and through 2025, we will start the final design through the Crawley County Spur as well as Fowler, and to start construction in 2025 to 2026. So beyond the ARPA funds, what's our funding plan? What are we going to use? How are we going to move forward? Bill Long made a very good point. The district just doesn't have a whole bunch of money sitting around, right? No district does. And so we made a plan to move forward. Our first goal, and the goal that we've had the entire time working with the Bureau as a partner, is that our enterprise spur and delivery lines will try to keep somewhere between 1 and 2 years ahead of the Bureau. And that is so that once the Bureau's trunk line gets to that entity, we can start running water as soon as possible. Remember, these individuals have been waiting a long time, so we want to get there as soon as possible for their clean drinking water needs. Oh, uh-oh. Can you put the presentation back up, please? I pressed way too many buttons. Thank you. So I'll continue as that's coming up. Our goal is to keep the lowest cost that we possibly can on the enterprise sub-project. Reason being is our water systems, the water providers still need to do upgrades in some of their systems. As we're all aware, the Arkansas Valley is a challenged area in demographics and funding needs. And so we want to try to keep it as low as possible so that not only we can do the upgrades they need in order help them do the upgrades that they need to accept the AVC project water, but also to do the improvements in their system that are needed for efficiencies. So I'd like to talk about the strategy, and Kirk referred to this also. What the Southeastern District has done is we have applied for the Spur and Delivery Lines with the Water Power and Development Authority Board for SRF funds, state revolving funds. We're in the process of speaking with them, and it's a possibility that we will have 50% loan forgiveness on the package that we're moving forward. That package includes $60 million worth of work on the conduit, with a matching funds on the other 50% that is loan and not forgivable, to be matched with the $30 million of grant from the CWCB. So end result is, the hope is that we have $60 million worth of work of that $75 million total estimate for the $30 million that we have here with the Water Conservation Board. So leveraging those funds not only in the best way that we can think with the money available with the Power and Development Authority, but also going a lot farther than just spending $30 million. Obviously, that leaves a balance at the end, and we intend at this moment, unless there's any funding that we can find, because I will admit we're always looking for more, as everyone is, we intend to finance that difference with our CWCB loan. And that really is the update and our funding plan, and that's the most, besides an update, that we wanted to make sure that the board understood the direction that we're looking at, the direction we're trying to go, and how we would plan to use those funds. There's a lot of detail that goes into a process like that. And so what we've done is we have had multiple meetings with the Southeastern District Water and Power Development Authority, the Kirk from CWCB, and also Otero County. If you remember, Otero County is the fiscal agent for the district. And we are in the process of a final draft of an agreement which aligns how this process would move forward and checks the boxes of all the processes that each entity has to walk through to ensure that the funds are being used accurately. And with that, I would be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Jeff.
So not a question, just a comment. I just really want to congratulate the whole team. This is a much needed and very long overdue project. And it's great to see the progress you've made, and also just want to celebrate you all for your passion for the communities you serve, and also the persistence in getting to this point. It's great to see actual infrastructure being placed in the ground, and look forward to continuing to hear about your successes going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Boucher.
I have to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understood, first of all, I want to echo Director Brody's comments. It's awesome to see equipment putting that in the ground. It seems that there's a pretty substantial difference on the increased estimate of the main trunk relative to the increase in estimate of the, we call it the enterprise sub-project.
Right.
Is there a reason for that? I'm just curious.
The majority of that is, as a district, we do not have to walk through the same processes that the federal government does. So I believe that's a cost estimate savings in itself. We do have less pipeline to put in. Our estimate of 75 million was really generated around project costs as in material and inflation. It had a lot less to do with labor. And when it comes to the trunk line, there is a lot more that the Bureau is doing, as in some small portions of land acquisition and other items that don't just include the actual construction taking place.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Director.
I want to thank Leanne and Bill for making the trip over here. I think many of you know I'm on the Southeast Board, have been for a while, and I've worked with them honestly for probably 25 years on often more on the flow management side of things in the upper basin and the upstream part of the district. But I think if it's not self-evident, I do want to reinforce that the district covers almost or parts of the entire basin. And I think this is a really positive cause that the whole basin has rallied around. At recent meetings, you've heard me talk about some threats in our basin that we have also rallied around, but this is a really positive one, and one that's long overdue. And so even though, those of us way upstream, above Pueblo Reservoir, may not feel the impacts of this directly, I think we really have embraced sort of the moral element of this in a way, and the fact that, in addition to the Trans Mountain water that we all enjoy through the Friar Project, that our Fremont and Chaffee and Lake, which is not actually a member of the district, but part of the upper basin, have all benefited tremendously from flow management efforts. And we feel really strongly that this is something that needs to happen for the lower basin. It should have happened a long time ago. I want to add to Bill's comment, he was listing off Jessica, Jackie, Becky. I want to add Jack Goebel too, my predecessor in this seat. He really helped push this across the finish line kind of in the last months of his time on the board, so really appreciate that. And then, Bill, our president, is an extremely humble, extremely competent person who very calmly and directly gets a lot of stuff done. And during the transition that we've had in our leadership, he has just been phenomenal in kind of transitioning this Arkansas Valley Conduit Plan from what we sort of thought we were doing financially to what we are actually going to have to do, and has helped us, I think, visualize a path forward that will get us there. And 1.3 billion is, you know, more than many of us easily comprehend. Let's just say it's more than our total loan portfolio, which is a huge number in itself. But he really, I think he has taken this in stride and just kept everyone calm and kept moving, looking forward for that path forward. So really, I want to thank you, Bill. These people need to know we are really lucky to have you and really appreciate it. And I concur with his comments about Leanne in the future. It's going to be great. But thank you for making time to hear about this. I look forward to, I didn't know if it would be completed in my lifetime. I now believe it will be. And I look forward to celebrating that with all of you when the time comes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was looking at that map of all the whole length of that, and
Yes.
what crossed my mind wasn't just all the dirt work, but all the political divisions and towns and counties, and that is a lift in and of itself. So hats off to you to be able to keep coordinating and keep everybody facing the same direction on that. That is fantastic to build
Yes.
that collaboration and keep this going. So
Yes, and I have to tell you, what makes that work is that the Southeastern District as well as the Bureau is on the same page, and we're walking through this process together on a local, federal, and state level. And I think this board understands that if we're not all on the same page, things don't move forward. And that's why there's so many individuals like you all that are helping this move forward, and that's what makes it work. So thank you.
thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, and please know we'll be back for updates, keep you guys knowing exactly what's going on. And please take a newsletter. I promise we won't send you 25 spam emails, but we would like to send you once a month so you know what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it. Yeah. Where we are on time, I think if it's all right, we'll go ahead and cover agenda item 8 as well before lunch, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Combs. Viola, if you could pull up the PowerPoint, I'll give a brief update on one other item before we go to that.
Can I hold on just 1 second? Director Brown has her hand up. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Are you there, Jackie?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Leanne for bringing the update. I remember when we approved the funding, and it was really great to hear about it in the detail that you provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that catch, Director Felt. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chair Combs. Scott Steinbrecher for the Attorney General's Office. You have the Attorney General's report in your board packet. Director Ullman gave a great update on the Rio Grande litigation earlier this morning. I'll just add that it looks like the special master is really interested in learning about the case, learning where the parties think the case is and what will be needed to be decided at trial. So Colorado is working hard internally and with the other states to make sure that we are well prepared and that the special master gets the best education possible at that October 23rd status conference. I thought I'd give you a brief update on something fun that we did at the Attorney General's office this week. We hosted our first ever reunion of the Natural Resources and Environment section on Monday. This is something that AG Weiser has wanted to do for 6 years, and I'm a little bit embarrassed that it took us that long. The key was getting our Assistant Deputy, Carrie Notaboom, and Office Manager, Patty DuBose, in charge. They made a lot more progress than I did. So we had over 100 current and past members of the section gathered at the boathouse here at the City Park Pavilion in Denver. Attorney General Weiser gave some remarks, and then we heard from some of our alumni, including David Robbins, who is here in the audience today. He talked about formation of the section under Attorney General J.D. McFarland. We also heard from Martha Rudolph, who worked in the office for 14 years before going to the Department of Public Health and Environment. And we also heard from Casey Spall, who was a deputy in the section for 10 years. We had a lot of fun. We also saw some alumni from Colorado Water Conservation Board. Linda Bassi was there, Ted Kowalski, James Eklund, and a number of other people who this board has worked with closely, like Susan Schneider and Pat Kowaleski. So I thought I'd share that with you all, and that's it for the AG's report.
Well, that's pretty awesome, thank you. When you said a bunch of lawyers got together and had some fun, I was thinking, uh-oh.
We can do it. That's awesome.
They read aloud from statute books.
Yeah, we went through CRS. All right, Viola? Okay. So, okay. How close is Amy?
Oh, that's a great idea. Are we set up to do that? Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just fill the dead air space and explain. Robert Cicada and the Department of Agriculture has asked us if we would be willing to show a documentary film called Marisol. You may have gotten email invites and announcements. They've been showing the film around the state, and we actually have a water plan grant on tap for you all to vote on this afternoon that would provide some funding to promote the film. And so upon request of Mr. Cicada, we thought we would try and show the film during lunch. Just so you know, you all are awarding a grant to promote. So that is what is going on. Unless, I don't know if Amy Ostick is in the back. We could go, what? Unrelated to the film, if you are ready to do agenda item 9, we could also move forward with that. Okay. We'll do the film. Great. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Can't remember how I said it. Marisol. Yeah, that's all. Just turn my mic up.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Can we get someone just to step out in the hall and wave a hand? Say, hey, that was the bell you heard.
The famous bell?
The famous bell. All right. Wait till we get our quorum in here. Looks like everybody's coming, so.
Let's ram some stuff through real quick.
Okay, so wait, isn't it interesting when we're in my basin where I don't care how long we go because I'm home, we get it done quick. Just the rest of you guys, when you go to your basins, pay attention. All right, let's go ahead and we'll get ready to go. I guess, Amy, you're okay to get started? Okay, so as they trickle in, we'll get started with agenda item 9, please.
You want to come up and do this one? Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, this is Amy Ostick, Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I am here along with Michelle Garrison for your regularly scheduled Colorado River update. So I'll dive right into it. There we go. So Michelle Garrison is actually going to talk for the bulk of this presentation. She is going to give an update on the August 24-month study. Recently came out from Reclamation, and that's what sets operations for the coming year. So that's going to be primarily what we talk about today, or what Michelle talks about. But I just wanted to give a couple quick updates. First, the status of the negotiations for post-2026 operations of Powell and Meade. I don't have a lot of substantive updates to share at this point, but I want you to rest assured that discussions are happening and continuing. Reclamation is still working on developing a range of alternatives, so we will let you know when we have more updates to share on that front. The other thing I really wanted to touch on today is that Director Riss mentioned in her director's report that we are really working hard to up our game in terms of our comms efforts. That's an ongoing effort, but it's my favorite thing to share all of our new infographics with you, so I'm going to do that again today. We are working on a lot of fronts. As Director Riss said, we're working on launching a new website, but we're also working on being more of a proactive source for information so that people hopefully come to us to get their info. Some of that is developing, just putting information that we have together in a way that is, furthering our goals and making clear what we're doing to protect the Colorado River, to protect our water users and things like that. So that's all to say, this is an infographic that we recently put together, combining a number of different elements. One you recognize is that snake diagram that DWR has used before, and we just cut the portion of the Colorado River and the tributaries of it to show how much water, on average, we're sending out of the state every year on the Colorado River. And you couple that with the right side, which shows all the things that we are, and this board, frankly, is actively doing to promote a healthy Colorado River. And we think it's a pretty powerful message that we're doing our part in a lot of different ways. And this is only a part of that. But the other thing it highlights is this average annual shortage issue, the Water Rights Administration piece. So again, this is just one component. We're doing a whole lot of other stuff, and it might be worth having Michael come to give an update on everything else we're working on. And that's a Michelle slide. I'm not going to talk about that. But I did also, I think Director Riss covered this in her director's report, that Bucket 2E funding from Reclamation currently open through October 14th. And the other thing I just wanted to mention, we had talked previously about doing a report or a discussion about consumptive uses and losses, but we thought that since the August 24-month study just came out, and that's a pretty big deal in the Colorado River Basin, we would take the time to focus on that today, but we'll continue that other discussion at a later date. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle.
All right, good afternoon, Michelle Garrison, Interstate Federal Water Information staff for the record. And before I get into the slides, just a couple of quick reminders of how things work and why we walk through the slides that we walk through. And the first is that in the upper basin, Our reservoir operations are hydrology driven. The rules that operate Lake Powell, not Lake Powell, sorry, Aspinall, Navajo, and Flaming Gorge, the crisp units in the upper basin, are very much hydrology driven. And so you have the upper basin being very hydrology driven. Down at Lake Mead and below, everything is very demand driven. And a reminder that reclamation has contracts with those lower basin users. They do not necessarily with upper basin users unless you use out of particular reservoirs that are theirs. So the relationship is different, but it also makes big differences in how Powell and Mead are operated, right? Like Mead is demand driven. They forecast out lower basin demands. Those have to be handed in the fall for a calendar year. In the upper basin, you're running on a hydrological year. and so they're very, very different, and Lake Powell gets stuck in the middle of that, right? So just to be very clear about the effects that both the hydrology and what's going on in the lower basin have on Lake Powell and how the current guidelines are driven by that. And so from Mead down, it's all demand driven, and that means that when they look at Mead and then they look at the elevations of both, the demands downstream are driving also those releases out of Powell, even if the hydrology coming into Powell doesn't match that. And so that's why we walk through some of the slides that we walk through. So anyway, with that, I've already talked too much, but we'll go through this really quickly. So for precipitation, a reminder that 2023 was a good precipitation year. 2024 has been closer to average. And then in September, way below average in large parts of the basin. Soil moisture, very important. On the left, you'll see where we were at the end of 2020 when things got so dry in the summer of 2020. That really impacted that 2021 runoff that was abysmal, that tanked Lake Powell, and we started having some of these serious discussions. The middle one is from the fall of 2021, where you see an improvement, but still not great. And then fast forward 2 more years to last fall, and still not great in parts of the upper basin. And that is driving, next slide, snowpack and runoff. This year we saw, and last year we saw, decent or above average snowpack, and not that great of runoff. And soil moisture and the warm, dry falls that we've been having are driving some of that. But it means that we might be looking at pretty decent precipitation or pretty decent snowpack, and then the runoff just isn't that great. So down at the bottom, you'll see, so top left, you'll see the snowpack looked pretty good, pretty close to average or a little above. And then the runoff has been closer to the 25th percentile. So 75% of years would be drier, would be wetter than that. So we haven't gotten very good runoff this year from the precip that we had. And if you look forward, here you'll see short-term, month, and out seasonal outlooks, and the story is the same across all of them. Increased chances for warmer than normal and drier than normal across the whole upper basin. Here's how Powell came through this past year. And you can see the forecast bouncing around and coming in at about 83% of normal. With precipitation that was 100%, we got runoff that was 80%. Storage conditions here, and also then to the right, the inflow for both the runoff period and then to the right, the water year. Both of these are about half of last year. And then looking ahead for Lake Powell. So the 24-month study is something that Reclamation puts together to look out 2 years across all of the system from the upper basin crisp reservoirs, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, and then the lower basin's main stem reservoirs, and how they expect them to operate over the next 2 years. And those, especially in the out year, are driven very much by estimates of future hydrology, which can't be known. So those out months aren't very helpful, but this is where we are. And so you'll see that 2024 came in below average, and 2025 is also expected to be below average. But it doesn't necessarily reflect the stuff we just looked at, where we know, looking at what we expect the seasonal forecast to be, that we're going to continue to get probably lower than average inflow into Lake Powell for the rest of this season and maybe into next season. And they don't factor that directly in when they look. And then on the right, just a reminder of what the releases have been. 2023 was the only time we've been in that lower balancing release tier. And then 2024 and 2025, we've been in the middle elevation tier, and that puts us at 7.48 million acre feet release out of Powell, unless Lake Mead is really, really low, which it has not been that low. And so both times we've stayed at 7.48. So we have 2 times in the year when they can kind of look at Powell releases. And the first is August of the year before, so they get that information out to those lower basin users so they can put in their water orders for the next calendar year. And the second time is in April. They can make adjustments in certain tiers depending on how the hydrology has actually come off. For both 2024 and 2025, not going to happen. It's just 748. Drought response operations. This is an old slide because in 2023 we were still doing it. We recovered. In 2024, no drought response operations. The outlook for 25 and 26, even if it stays below average so far, is that we will not run into that issue, and we are not currently planning any other drought response operations. So now we'll switch quickly to the lower basin and where they're going to be for the next year. Based on the August 24-month study, they're going to be operating again in 2024 where they were in 2022, which is that first tier 1 shortage. And as we've discussed before, that 613,000 acre foot total is both some shortage and some accounting of some water already stored. Another thing that they look at when they look at those demand projections are these conservation agreements that are coming into play in 2023 from the last year of the 500 plus plan. That's also now getting rolled over into what the lower basin put in as its plans for operations in the short-term supplemental EIS through 2026. So you'll see 2023 is getting kind of counted in both. But those are the agreements that have already been signed that Reclamation puts into their model. And those change regularly and keep getting updated. And as we pointed out in the memo, when they get a really big wet year somewhere else and they can get in the basin and they can get water from somewhere else, then they can not use some of their main stem water and get credit for that. So how does that affect the forecasts of Lake Powell and Lake Mead? Here you see the August 24-month study impact projections for Lake Powell, which do show it starting in that mid-elevation release tier with a release of 7.48. You also see that huge band out at the out at the far right, where if you take the last 30 years of data that they use and project that on today's conditions, you get anywhere from Lake Powell being in the lower elevation balancing tier again and dropping towards levels where we would re-implement DROA and things would be very bad, all the way up to it's super rainy and we're almost full. Projections that big aren't that helpful, but in particular, the green line gets a tremendous amount of playtime on a lot of discussions from Reclamation. It's called the most probable. What it really means is median. It's not the most probable anything. It's not more likely to happen than anything else. It's misnamed. It's also required for them to use in this particular 24-month study. So one thing to remember when you're getting stuff from Reclamation is somewhere something's been written down that they have to do something or report on something. And in this case, that green line is required. They're required to plan off that green line. In their 24-month study, it's required. So they may know that we're expecting things to be drier than normal for the next 6 months. And so we may all know that we're really looking at those lines between the green line and the red line, or even below the red line. But reclamation has to put out a bunch of stuff that's about the green line. And so fast forward for a future date when you talk about some of those other things, the same thing is true for all the other reports that reclamation puts out. If they put out a consumptive use and losses reporting, that's one thing. That is accounting for consumptive uses in a particular method at the location of use. For the upper basin, one big basin; for the lower basin, one big basin, based on categories that were defined years ago in a certain way. That's one report. They may also put out decree accounting. That's a different report. That may be those contractors, deliveries to those contractors at their point of delivery. It's a totally different thing, apples and oranges. And if you have other questions about how things are going on the river or whatever, you get all these different pieces of apples and oranges from reclamation, and you can't tie them all together. You can't tie them directly to releases from Mead. You can't tie them directly to other things. And so more on that in a different day, but just a reminder. But you'll even see it in the 24-month study, because they must also project in August that it's going to be an 8.23 release year. They have to assume that Lake Powell will release 8.23 million acre feet the following year, even if they know it won't. Even if they know it's a 7.48 year, which they already know, looking at just where it sits, they have to say it's going to be 8.23, run those numbers. So when you see the 24-month study and then you see some other presentation they give where the graph looks kind of the same, but not quite, the Lake Powell numbers will look different, because they might be giving you their actual projections, not their, we have to do this in the 24-month study projections. So just a reminder that when you get stuff from reclamation, that's what's going on. And so that is one thing that will probably go away post-2026. I don't think anybody has found value in starting in August and assuming that for October through December, Lake Powell will release like it does for an 8.23 million acre foot year. There hasn't been value in that. It was an attempt to get out ahead of when those lower basin contractors have to submit their water orders, but it's not very useful. So that's one improvement that will probably be made, is that particular piece will go away. And here is the forecast for Lake Mead, which you see operating in that shortage 1 condition. And I want you more to pay attention to the shape of that graph, because it always looks like this, that you come in, and then in the out years, maybe the green line and definitely the red line will show Lake Mead continuing to drop. And that is a function of the current operational guidelines. The way it tries to release a full supply to those lower basin demands pushes Lake Mead down over time. It's just the way it functions. That also pushes Lake Powell down over time. So that's one of the big challenges for the folks that are having those discussions about what to do next, is that if you look at every one of these graphs since they've been putting them out, that's what the current operational guidelines do to Lake Mead in an attempt to get a full supply down to the point of diversion for those lower basin demands. And that's all I have, if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Michelle or anything? Yes, Director Vasquez.
Just to thank you for the explanation.
Yes, Director Cloud.
Just a comment. I know that you said that the Bureau of Reclamation likes to give us apples and oranges, but I think we need to tell them that we like potatoes and turnips.
And if they would use our cookbook, things would be so much better.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay.
And then we'll wait just a second for the PowerPoint for item 10 to come up. I will be doing that one as well.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, agenda item 10, Upper Colorado and San Juan River Recovery Program updates. And again, Michelle Garrison, Interstate Federal Water Information Section staff for the record. Really quickly, I'm going to go through some background and then talk about the reauthorization efforts and some challenges. So the programs were established in 1988 and 1992 respectively. The signatories to those programs include the governors of the states impacted, the Secretary of Interior, for the upper program, also the Western Area Power Administration, and for the San Juan, importantly, the tribes, including the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute Indian Tribe, the Hickory Apache Indian Tribe, and the Navajo Nation. And the goals of those programs are to recover endangered fish species while allowing water use and development to continue. These were novel programs when they were put together, and they came from concerns about ESA concerns and possible jeopardy and needs for certain really important water development projects, including tribal projects, to be allowed to move forward. And so these were put together as cooperative programs to work on trying to recover the fish while not issuing these jeopardy opinions for some of the water development. And importantly, the federal authorization for these programs expires September 30th of this year. So we're 2 weeks away from the expiration of our current authorization, and our cooperative agreements among those signatories expire in December. And just a reminder, I know you've heard this before, these are the 4 species that are in the Upper Colorado program, of which there are 2 of them also in the San Juan program. They are native fish, endemic only to this basin. There are populations of some of them in both the upper and lower basins, some upper basin only. And some of them are doing better than others with the activities and efforts to date. The benefits and accomplishments of the program really quickly. The main benefit for Colorado water users, which is one of the reasons that the Water Conservation Board is so active in these programs, is that it increases the regulatory certainty for our water users and also streamlines some of these processes when you're trying to go through Section 7 consultation. And so CWCB has long supported these programs as something that helps their water users get back to their normal business and not spend all their time worrying about ESA. For consultations covered under this program that receive this ESA certainty from the programs, there's over 1,250 projects, and that could be a large reservoir, that could be a small ditch. So project is a fuzzy word, but 2.3 million acre feet of depletions of Colorado River water in Colorado are covered by these programs in multiple basins. The programs are well known for their cooperative adaptive approach, which also allows us to kind of leverage all this expertise between the federal agencies, the state agencies, the tribes, to work together to bring the best of what we have to try to help these species. We've been successful in not being drawn into any long, drawn-out, expensive ESA-related litigation. And we've also made progress for both the humpback chub populations and the razorback sucker populations. So humpback chub was downlisted a couple of years ago, and the downlisting proposal for the razorback sucker is still sitting in DC, but it's been out for a while. And so it does show some progress towards improving those populations. And that's important. The programs need to make some sort of progress and that doesn't mean recovering all the species, but you have to make sufficient progress on a regular basis towards meeting some goal or getting some species positive reaction to continue to make that progress, to continue to protect your water users. And so that is a really important piece as we look forward for reauthorization and budgets and things that we need to be able to continue to make progress in these programs. Really quickly, historical funding, the capital that built things like fish ladders or managed wetlands, those came mostly from federal appropriations and also from state contributions. Colorado has put in a lot of money, particularly for some projects in Colorado, in the Grand Valley area, Ridgeway, Elk Head, places where good things could happen, multi-benefit projects. And also historically from the Colorado River Storage Project reservoir hydropower revenue. That hydropower revenue has been dwindling quickly over the last 20 years. And so it was determined several years ago that hydropower revenue was no longer available to fund these programs, which meant that the programs now have to get federal appropriations. And that's harder. So annual operating, historically was also hydropower revenue. Federal appropriations from the Fish and Wildlife Service for a small part of it. Larger part was coming from WAPA and reclamation from that hydropower revenue, which means now reclamation is having to ask for federal appropriations. Appropriations are harder than from hydropower revenue to get. And also from non-federal partner in-kind contributions. CWCB, Parks and Wildlife, the tribes, NGOs, all put in a lot of time, effort, expertise, and sometimes funding for a lot of projects that benefit the program. And so the programs went through a 15-year planning process to look at the activities that had been occurring and what they needed to do for the next 15 years, looked at what they thought that was going to cost, looked at funding sources, reclamation, and the states sat down and talked about and reached agreement on who would fund how much. And it looked like this, but I won't go into this in too much detail. This was the 15-year plan, and that $13.92 million annual operating was for both reclamation and Fish and Wildlife Service. So when we talk about authorization, that's going to be a little bit different. That's reclamation only. But the states agreed to start paying annual operating costs. That's new. And this board helped Colorado get its chunk of funding for that a couple years ago. So thank you. We are ready to do our part, and this board took care of that. So Colorado is in a good place to meet its new obligations to help pay for more of the annual operating costs of the programs. So where are we sticky wicket right now? Authorization. The authorization that we're talking about is the one for reclamation to request, receive, and expend federal funding on the programs. Well, without an authorization, it's unclear whether reclamation can do that. And so, and it's been harder as we've shifted from hydropower revenue to federal appropriations. And we've done this every few years since 2000. But when we had to switch to federal appropriations, it's gotten a little harder. But it's that authorization for reclamation to fund the programs that is expiring in 2 weeks. And to reauthorize those programs, we get really good bipartisan congressional support from not only Colorado, but the other 3 states. And so both Senate Bill 2247 and House Bill 4596 had Colorado sponsors, as well as other sponsors from the western states. And we're grateful for that. And they've been tracking those. The Senate bill contains the funding that the program's partners put together as what they needed going forward. Those program budgets have been flat since 2019. So with all the inflation that's been occurring, we've just been cutting activities or cutting whatever or finding some rollover, or Colorado has picked up the tab for a couple things in Colorado short term to try to keep those programs functioning. As we looked ahead to the new authorization is where we might get a bump up in funding to kind of cover that inflationary cost and get back to the activities that we need to be doing. The House bill keeps the annual operating flat because those are the House rules. And so we have 2 bills, and one of them is for more money than the other. And it's unclear at this point what's going to happen. It's a busy year, it's an election year, and the bills don't match. Other than that, they match. The language is pretty close, other than the funding through 2031. And there are several options. There are things that can happen with this 2 weeks and whether or not things can pass to avoid a federal government shutdown or not. What commonly happens in September is a continuing resolution, and everything continues until they bring it up at some later date, at last year's funding, everything in the budget, whatever they do a continuing resolution for. If they do that, they can do a temporary reauthorization of the programs for the same period of time as the continuing resolution. So if they choose to do a continuing resolution through December 31st of 2024, they can also slip in language that reauthorizes these programs through December of 2024. That's an option. Some of our congressional delegates can also put in a bill that for the same amount of funding extends the authorization for 1 year. That happened last year, and it got us to 2024 instead of 2023. Because last year these were introduced in 2023. It was clear they weren't going to pass when the House got busy doing a whole bunch of other things, and so we managed to get legislation through that bought us 1 more year. So 1 more year at current funding is another option. And the other option now in September or in December or whenever a continuing resolution would go to is that these get thrown in most likely into some omnibus bill that's going to move. And whether or not the Senate and House budget committees will be able to meet before then and reconcile that spending difference is yet unknown. So we're up against the expiration of authorization, and it's just not very clear right now how that's going to play out in Congress. So where does that leave us? We still need to get the new cooperative agreement signed, whether or not the legislation has passed. and we're looking at the signatories going ahead and signing it, not tying it directly to the legislation. The way it's written, you don't have to have the authorizing legislation to go ahead and sign the cooperative agreement. The cooperative agreement is an intent to make these programs happen. And we think if we get those signed, regardless of what happens in Congress, we have documents we can point to in terms of continuing to move these programs forward while we wait to see kind of where Congress lands on what they're going to do about this reauthorization. But the big challenge will be budget. We have now cut so much from the programs, particularly from the Upper Colorado program, that we're starting to make decisions that we think will have impacts on the species response. And that is a concern for us because we have to make that sufficient progress to allow that protection for our water users that they're getting under these programs. So the program activities have to be efficient, they have to do good things, and so we're having a lot of discussions about what's going to happen there. And then if it means that if reclamation won't be able to ask for as much money in the next 7 years as was in the plan for 15 years, what are we going to do about that, right? Fish and Wildlife Service is probably going to come up with the amount they had planned to. The states are getting on board to come up with the amount of money they had planned to. What happens if reclamation can't? And so that's where our challenge will be. And that is all I have for today. We will give you an update if legislation passes. And we'll know where we are, but we just wanted to make sure you were aware of where we are today. So, any questions?
Any questions for, yes, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle, I just want to say thanks not only for the update, but thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Michelle, appreciate it. Okay, on agenda item 11, I think, Cole, you wanted to do everything as kind of a block, right? So we can pull out some of the ones that need to, some of us need to recuse ourselves. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, that works great. I think we got a little bit of, for most of these, if it works all right to do a block, we've got a couple of recusals, and then we've also got one item that we're just going to pull from staff recommendation. So I don't know if we want to articulate all that now or at the end of the presentation.
I say maybe we can articulate it now and hold those out. We'll do everything that doesn't have any conflict, do that as a block, and then handle the other ones at the end.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody else? Is that legal, Jen? Okay, so I think we need to pull out K, is that correct? And B is the staff recommendation being it's totally withdrawn, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that one's gone. Okay, and then we will withdraw K for later. We will also withdraw S and T. Is that correct? No, oh, you're still back in. S is okay. I'm sorry about that. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we better pull P out too since I'm on that more thing. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so K, okay, B, K, P, and T. Is that where we are?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so we'll withdraw those, save those to the very end and handle them individually.
Perfect.
So we'll continue on, Cole. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Cole Bedford, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for CWCB. This is agenda item 11A through W, except for B, K, P, and T. I'll give you a kind of a high level on what this water plan round looked like, where we are right now, and then I'm going to hand things off to the category-specific experts, and I'll talk through each of those projects individually. So this is the first round of fiscal year 24-25. The fiscal year started on July 1st. For this year, the projects bill, HB 24-1435, appropriated $23.3 million. So this is the first of our two rounds. Assuming everything goes okay in the next hour or so, we'll allocate $9.3 million of that 23.3, which will leave us $14.0 million for the next round. So this is what the round looked like in total, broken down by category. So on July 1st, we had 41 applications in the entire program. Of those 41, we had 3 folks drop out during the review process. Those were ones where they misunderstood the application process a little bit, or their project wasn't totally thought out, usually kind of a technical issue. So that left us with 38 recommendations that you all saw or are seeing one way or another. Of those, a handful were under $50,000, and those went directly to Director Riss for her approval. There were 3 that were between $50,000 and $100,000. Those you approved on the consent agenda this morning. And then there were 6 recommendations not to fund, and those were on the consent agenda as well. And so that leaves us with these right here. So these are the 23 staff recommendations to fund over $100,000, and these are the ones we'll all go through. So we'll have Nora Flynn, who's online. She'll talk through the 3 agriculture projects. We've got Laura Spann standing in for Kevin Reedy to talk about the conservation and land use projects. Ben Wade on engagement and innovation. Matt Stearns on water and storage. And then Chris Sturm on watershed health and recreation. And so we'll have them go through all of those, except for those couple we're going to pull out, and then we'll do those at the end if that works.
Thank you.
Okay. I will hand it off to Nora then.
Thanks, Cole. Nora Flynn, CWCB staff for the record, I'm the agriculture water specialist. You'll have to just loudly interrupt me if you want to pause for questions. Can't see the whole room. This first one is Colorado Master Irrigator. The project is Colorado Master Irrigator statewide expansion. This project will bring Colorado Master Irrigator to 3 new areas in the Arkansas, Colorado, South Platte basins, and will have continued support in the Republican River Basin, San Luis Valley, and Southwest Colorado. Colorado Master Irrigator is a 32-hour in-person course that enhances irrigators' understanding of hydrology, water, and energy conservation, and emphasizes technology transfer. In every region, they tailor the information that they share and teach the participants to the locally relevant issues, climate, crops that are grown there, and technology usually used in each area. So they have a local champion, and then they draw on a team of topical experts from around the state to come in and support the participants in their learning. This scored highly, especially because Colorado Master Irrigator is a great educational program that empowers producers to be the best steward they can be. And It also, as we've often said, acknowledges that there's no real silver bullet for agricultural water conservation. So it really lets irrigators take their own path while supporting them through that process. Beyond the course, the project team does track the number of acres impacted by what the participants have learned, tracks their changes in water use in the months and years after the program. So staff recommends $1,201,294 for this effort.
Any questions? So I just have one question. What's the time frame? What other funders are they pursuing on this? We've been putting a lot of money into it's a great program, and I think it's doing a lot of good, but are there other partners coming online pretty soon to help with some of this funding?
Yeah, I'll start out answering with the statewide NRCS office has started putting money into this program, which is a really promising outcome to see. They've got the attention of the state conservationist Clint Evans. And so he's putting money into this. And so I think kind of the goal is that this could continue to get more permanent support from NRCS in the future because they think it's a good fit there. The previous ways that this program has gotten match funding also include local sponsorships from each region, so that of course varies quite a bit. But yeah, that's definitely of interest to us, is seeing how we can get this program to be continually supported and keep finding a home with, perhaps more federal funding in the future.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to C.
Okay. So C is Colorado State University, Colorado River Basin Discovery Farms. This project establishes research areas in the Colorado Mainstem, Southwest, and Gunnison Basins. They're going to work on co-creating on-farm research sites. The main research objective in this project is looking at the real relationship between soil health and water conservation. This is, a widely talked about benefit of soil health for our producers in Colorado, but there still remain a lot of questions around, what practices are best, what is the total impact, does increasing soil moisture actually benefit, how much of that translates to crop water uptake. So lots of questions that our agricultural water producers have been asking that this project is hopefully finally going to answer. So there'll be some on-farm sites paired with more controlled research sites as well. Those on-farm sites are super important proof of concept for producers to be able to share with other producers what they're doing and learning about. And then those more controlled research sites are, of course, really important for being able to control every variable so you can be sure about the impact you're seeing. So the request for this is $387,378.
Any questions? Yes, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nora, are the control research sites, is that both at Fruita and Yellow Jacket, or I should know the answer to this probably, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I think that is right. The existing CSU research sites would be the ones that they would include.
Thank you.
Yes, Director Vasquez.
Can you explain why the recommended amount, I'm sorry, this recommended amount is the same as what's asked for, so sorry. No question.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to D.
Afternoon, directors. I'm Laura Span, CWCB staff. I'm, what do you call it, Director Combs, the flea market version of Kevin Reedy. Red hair and all. I'm not award-winning water conservation specialist, but I do love these projects. So.
Wait. I never said you were flea market. I said, I'm the flea market Heather Dunn. To totally make it look like I'm calling you.
Yeah. Well, and with that lighthearted spirit, and I have the mic, I just wanted to say, as a still relatively new regional grant manager, I'm really grateful to the Rio Grande Basin for being so welcoming, as you just saw, to the water community here and still teaching me about groundwater. So thank you to you, Director Combs, and those in the room as well. And just a note for the Southwest Basin, since I should probably mention them too. Actually, correction for the record, the large boulder the size of a small boulder, that comment first came from a San Miguel County Sheriff public information officer, and she's very proud of it. She rocks her mistake. So thought I should represent well. Yes, so I will be presenting the conservation and land use planning category of water plan grants. This, as a reminder, this category advances projects that helps communities to achieve resilient water supplies, have water-conscious urban landscapes, and integrate water solutions into their land use planning. So as Cole described, we had 8 requests in this category, totaling $1.4 million. 2 of those were in your director's report and have been approved by Director Riss. 1 was not recommended for funding. So I'll be presenting the remaining 5 requests under $100,000. And that first one is agenda item 11D. That applicant is the town of Frederick. The project is the Frederick Water Reuse Plan, and this project comes from the South Platte Basin. This water plan grant would support development of a water reuse plan for capturing, storing, conveying, and treating the town of Frederick's reusable supplies to meet a portion of their non-potable demands. Frederick will study how to best optimize the investments in their reclaim system in order to improve efficiency and operationalize their reusable supplies for irrigation. The town will evaluate exchange potential, raw water supply and conveyance alternatives, potential reuse, and water storage alternatives. This plan will incorporate evolving technology and future trends in water reuse. And this need has been identified in their town's long-term water resources study. The staff saw that this project ties into 2 areas of partner actions from the water plan by advancing water-wise use and meeting future water needs. So we recommended full funding for your consideration for the requested $270,675.63. Questions on that one?
Any questions? I think we're good to go.
Okay. Agenda item 11E, the applicant is the Pikes Peak Regional Water Authority. The project is the El Paso County Indirect Potable Reuse Project, or IPR project, located in the Arkansas Basin. This applicant is requesting funding for a feasibility study to evaluate the potential for diverting and reusing water from Fountain Creek via the Chilcot Ditch to provide potable water for multiple regional water providers. The Pikes Peak Regional Water Authority includes numerous water providers and municipalities in El Paso County who are going to collaborate on this project. That includes the Town of Monument, Colorado Springs Utilities, and the City of Fountain. Their study will explore infrastructure requirements, storage sizing, water quality analysis, and conceptual designs. As the cases for many Colorado communities, El Paso County faces growing water demands due to population growth and limited local water supplies. So this project seeks to address these challenges by leveraging their existing infrastructure and maximizing their reuse of legally available water, including treated wastewater return flows. They estimate their water efficiency savings at approximately 5,600 acre-feet per year. Staff saw this project advances wise water use and meeting future water needs, which are 2 strategies in the water plan, by investing in plans for reuse infrastructure, increasing efficiency, and ensuring that legally available return flows are efficiently captured and reused. So we're recommending for your consideration full funding for the requested $249,900.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Keep going.
Okay, keep rolling. I also meant to mention that Kevin Reedy has a really good reason for not being here. He's dropping his daughter off at college.
Ooh.
So, yeah, we wish him well. That sounds like a lot of fun. Agenda item 11F, the applicant is University of Northern Colorado, and their project is the UNC Landscape Water Resiliency Comprehensive Plan from the South Platte Basin. UNC is requesting funding to develop a 10-year strategic plan to conserve water on their campus, specifically their 260 acres of campus landscape. So this strategic plan would include an inventory and analysis of vegetation types, current water usage, irrigation infrastructure, and opportunities for stormwater harvesting. They're gonna, with that analysis, identify conservation strategies and then make recommendations. And an exciting piece of this project is they're going to involve the campus and their students in this analysis, including their prioritization of their strategies. They, as part of the application, we received several letters of support from student organizations, the Poudre Heritage Alliance, City of Thornton, the South Platte Basin Roundtable, Aurora Water, Colorado Waterwise, Water Now Alliance, and Alliance for Water Efficiency. We see the potential for this project to be a model for other campuses statewide to evaluate their outdoor water use, implement water conservation, and engage students. This larger scale type of project where they're looking at a larger acreage, maybe some sort of campus managed under one group, has a lot of potential to create a larger impact, looking at reducing demand and creating sustainability. So staff recommends for your consideration full funding for the requested $167,799.49. Can I answer questions about that?
Guess not. Keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Two more for this category. Agenda item 11G, the applicant is Western Resource Advocates. Their project is titled Implementing Turf Limits in Landscape Codes, and this will be a statewide effort, The applicant, WRA, or Western Resource Advocates, would support Colorado communities in implementing Senate Bill 5. That was discussed yesterday, as you may recall, with Jenna Batson. The legislation was passed in the 2024 legislative session and prohibits the installation of non-functional turf, artificial turf, and invasive plant species on new non-residential properties. It also requires cities and counties to update or establish new landscape codes that meet or exceed this statute by January 1, 2026. WRA is a nonprofit and one of several statewide leaders on turf replacement and removal, and they often provide technical assistance to communities. Based on some of their conversations and initial outreach with communities, many local governments may need to modify their codes to comply with this new statute and realize those water savings. So through this grant, WRA would conduct an initial education and outreach effort in communities statewide about how this would affect their local requirements. Then they'll form a landscape code technical advisory group to oversee their outreach and work. It'll have diverse stakeholders and expertise so that they can develop resources for those communities to comply with the new statute. That might look like template landscape codes, a sample RFP for cities to hire a consultant so they can update their code, or a summary of compliant codes that other municipalities have adopted. We believe this effort aligns well with the Colorado Water Plan's vision around increasing water efficiency, integrating water and land use planning, and creating landscape codes that enable low water landscapes. And by assisting communities to avoid installing non-essential turf in the first place, this effort is very complementary to the CWCB's turf replacement program. Staff recommends for your consideration full funding for the requested $150,260.63. Questions on that one? Okay. And agenda item 11H, this application relates to the previous application from Western Resource Advocates. The City and County of Denver's project, Denver Resilient Landscape Code, was also prompted by SB 5. They seek to review all their existing city and county landscape codes, analyze data gaps and inconsistencies there, and create a new plan to implement code updates in compliance with Senate Bill 5. Their work may go beyond the requirements of SB 5 and look also comprehensively at new development, redevelopment, city projects, residential, non-residential, and so this project will culminate in the drafting of a consistent and unified code for the City and County of Denver. They'll also be coordinating with our other applicant, should that grant be awarded, for them to learn from each other's opportunities and challenges through the process of updating these codes. This project has the support of the Metro Basin Roundtable and Denver Water, and is in alignment with the Denver One Water Plan previously funded by CWCB. By assisting Denver with revamping their landscape code, this grant will greatly improve the water demand for landscapes in Colorado's largest city and fulfill several goals of Denver's One Water Plan. Staff recommends for your consideration full funding for the requested $100,000. Questions on that one?
I think we're good. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Ben?
Good afternoon. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting the engagement and innovation items 11I and J. And the first one we have is from Colorado Mesa University. And they are proposing a 2-year program to develop and implement curriculum, try to reach new audiences, whether they're university students or Grand Valley community folks. They proposed 5 programs. Staff is recommending to fund 4 of them. The one we weren't funding, because we actually do provide a little bit of a sponsorship, is to the Upper Colorado River Basin Forum. That's a 1-day workshop. The other 4 that we're gonna recommend funding for is a water course seminar, which is a 3-day event. So this course covers hydrology, laws and regulations, water quality, and just water management best practices. Second one is a water workforce needs assessment follow-up study. The follow-up study is from a grant, water plan grant that this board awarded to Colorado Mesa University in 2021 to do a workforce needs assessment. And so this follow-up is to, just identify actions they can take to help improve the curriculum at the university and their programming, and then also help students as they enter the workforce in the water world. Next, we have an environmental justice and water equity educator workshop. This is a professional development program designed for high school and college educators. And then finally, the environmental science seminar series is the longest of the programs. Is a 16-week seminar covering topics of water management, natural resources, and this also does focus on career pathways as well as providing research findings, other policy and regulations with water. So staff recommends partial funding of $110,286.12 to support these 4 programs. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben, I'm curious about not funding the forum. I think you mentioned it at the beginning, but I didn't catch it. What's the logic behind that?
Yeah, the logic behind it is So there are several forums around the state, and because it's a programmatic instead of like project-related like the other 4 programs are, just historically, so last year, there was another forum that was up for a water plan grant, and the review committee thought, since we funded it in the past, it's more of a programmatic endeavor rather than kind of a new project that we would entertain through these grant funds. So we're kind of looking for new projects, like pilot projects, seed projects, rather than something that's just kind of ongoing. A lot of these other forums we support through the loan program. So I know Matt manages that, but we do support the forum in some way.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
And 11J is, the applicant is a Palmer Land Conservancy, and so we just watched the documentary film right before lunch, and so grant funds would help promote this documentary film up in the Front Range and on the West Slope, and so they're aiming at providing public education and ongoing discussion for urban-rural divide through this documentary film. And so they'll include screenings of the film, more community discussions, educational outreach events. They're planning to partner with several water districts, other land trusts, and other local organizations to try to reach a broader audience for this film. The goal is to reach 100,000 citizens. And I think that's it. So yeah, this recommended funding is the full amount of $100,000. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this project.
I don't think there are any questions on that one.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, caught a cold from my daughter. I guess I didn't get out of town quite early enough for this trip. I should have come down Monday. So Matt Stearns, for the record, CWCB staff. I'll be presenting on the storage and water supply program. Also, just a note, this also includes water sharing. Sorry, I should call them collaborative water sharing agreements. There's a separate pot of money that we used to handle separately, but in an effort to streamline water plan grants, we brought that in several cycles ago. So I think for this round, we had a pretty good list of projects that came in. I think we can always strive to do better and get more of a distribution around the state, and I continue to do that in this program. The regional staff have been absolutely amazing in making some of those connections and helping further some of those conversations when I can't make it there in person. So that's a great thing, and I expect a very robust December 1st application for this category. So just for the record, I will be holding off on the presentation for 11K until the end of this. Number 11L, or agenda item 11L, is for the Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company. It's for the Stanley Lake Spillway Raise design effort. And they requested $289,777 for that. So in September of 22, some of you may remember, the company did receive a water plan grant to perform a feasibility level analysis for raising the spillway at Stanley Lake. That enlargement was estimated to increase the storage capacity of the reservoir by about 4,000 acre feet. That work is approximately 75% complete as of the July 1st application deadline here. And it was identified as a good candidate for enlargement after undergoing it's a process called Comprehensive Dam Safety Evaluation, CDSE, which the board has also sponsored with funding for the dam safety group. So that was a joint effort of the owners, FRICO, as well as dam safety and a team of consultants to analyze the reservoir and understand all of the potential failure mechanisms and whether or not it could be seen as an easy enlargement. And so in this case, it was identified as a good candidate for further investigation. So this grant will assist the company taking the next step for an enlargement by helping to fund the design, engineering, and permitting of the project, which is expected to increase the storage in the northern front range of the state by up to 4,200 acre-feet for the benefit of both agricultural and municipal shareholders. So as you notice, there's a little bit of an increase. There's about an extra 200 acre-feet that they think that they can get after going through that feasibility level analysis. So staff recommends full funding of the request, and I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, moving on. Agenda item 11M, which is the Middle Park Water Conservancy District for the project named Jones Pond. They requested $171,541. And so the district provides augmentation water contracts in Grand and Summit counties and is looking to line and expand storage in 2 existing ponds. They're named the Jones Ponds near Tabernash, as well as develop some inlet and outlet controls in order to store water that they currently own. They have water rights for, but have not been able to put to beneficial use yet from the Fraser River. They are seeking grant funds to perform engineering and bidding for the project and expect that the ponds can increase the district's storage capacity between 25 and 50 acre-feet. Again, this is for augmentation water, so that doesn't probably sound like a lot compared to some of the other categories, but it has a tremendous benefit in their service area. And so staff is recommending full funding of the request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. All right. Thank you.
Chris?
Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record. I am bringing you the Watershed Health and Recreation category grants this afternoon. There are 10 of those with a total funding recommendation of just north of $4 million. The first one, agenda item 11N, let's start with the easy one. River Conservation Corps project brought to us by River Science for just under $1 million to match $2 million that they have for a capacity building grant to bring and train AmeriCorps members to different nonprofits and agencies around the state to support their initiatives. Some of the examples that we have where these AmeriCorps members will be involved is to support the San Miguel Watershed Coalition, the Blue River Watershed Group, the Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership, our own CWCB In-Stream Flow Program, the Middle Colorado Watershed Council, and the Friends of the Yampa, River Watch Program. These members will also be doing a lot of PFAS sampling around the state, and I believe there's some other groups that may be interested as well. This may sound a little out of the box for what we do. Supporting capacity is something that's inherent in planning and implementation. This kind of stands alone. I have experience in seeing this play out before. About 15 years ago or so, the Watershed Assembly was doing this with funding from the federal government. And some of the folks, they were called VISTA volunteers then, actually moved on to be professionals in natural resource fields, including water resources. One of them worked for us in the Watershed and flood protection section, and I told Kevin that someday I would likely be working for her, and I still believe that. Supporting this one as a recommendation for $999,370.
Any questions? Oh, Director Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chris. Question on the PFAS data. Where does that ultimately land, or how is that stored and shared?
They are partnering with the Department of Public Health and Environment, so I'm assuming that that's where that data is going to be stored and shared from there.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chris. Next one.
Okay, next up, 11O. This is brought to us by Headwaters Alliance, the North Creed Stream Stability and Flood Mitigation Project. Flooding in Creed is as old as Creed itself, and Kevin Howe can attest to that, having worked on that for most of his career at the CWCB. And Kevin has been actively involved in helping the Headwaters Alliance develop this application to finalize a design and permit and construct a stream restoration and flood hazard mitigation project above the town. The total project cost is just under $3.3 million, and our recommended amount is $830,130.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, I believe we're skipping 11P for now. So next up, 11Q. This is the Eagle River Community Watershed Plan, Phase 2, brought to us by the Eagle River Watershed Council. Total project cost is just north of $1 million, and we are recommending $356,827 for this Phase 2 planning to build on the Phase 1 Community Water Plan that we also funded. This Phase 2 plan is going to bring forth several projects so that they are ready for implementation, as well as support some other activities in the realm of education and outreach, as well as identifying and funding, creating Eagle River Fund to create a local source of long-term funding. Biggest interest here for my part is that we want our stream management plans, our wildfire ready action plans, our watershed plans to identify projects and get them designed and ready for implementation. And that's what this Phase 2 is going to do for us.
Any questions on that? Okay.
Okay, agenda item 11R, brought by the Coalition for the Poudre River Watershed. This is the Upper and Lower Poudre River Health Assessment. The River Health Assessment Framework, you may remember this is one of our action items to develop a template for the Colorado River Health Assessment Framework out of the water plan. River Health Assessment methodology idea wasn't conceived in the Poudre River Basin, but it was certainly incubated there and brought forward by the city of Fort Collins, where they did it for the Poudre reaches within their city limits. And then the Coalition for the Poudre River Watershed did the same methodology for the entire basin. The idea here is to build baseline data and measure variables under the umbrella of biology, geomorphology, hydrology, and chemistry, and assign them a score, A through F. It makes it very easily understood by the general population. This was done over 5 years ago, I believe. Since then, many partners and stakeholders in the Poudre River Basin have implemented projects based on the outcomes of that original health assessment framework. So now the idea is to go back, remeasure those same variables with the same methodology, and see how we have moved the needle on that. Yesterday there was a discussion about, how do we know if we're improving conditions? And for watershed health, a lot of times you will see linear feet, linear feet restored, which in my mind really isn't a great metric because it's not a measure of success. A measure of success is, are we delivering on the objectives identified in the scope of work? And that's what a river health assessment framework does for us. It gathers that baseline data, it identifies projects, they get implemented, then we go back and look at it and say, did we improve conditions based on our initial measurements? And so that's what the Poudre River folks are bringing to us in this application.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, next up, 11S, the Animas River Plan Phase 2. This is an application from the San Juan Resource Conservation and Development Council. Total project cost is just under $472,000, with a recommendation from us for $305,827. The Animas stakeholder group in Phase 1 pretty much decided that they wanted to work as a stakeholder group to develop a watershed plan. And Phase 2 is the actual work to do that plan and identify projects that can be designed and implemented once moved forward. Would like to make note that the Southern Ute Tribe has agreed to participate in this stakeholder process, as well as all the original parties to the original grant for Phase 1.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, we're tabling 11T. So moving to 11U, this is a stream reach plan for Monument Creek brought forth by the Fountain Creek Watershed or Pikes Peak Waterways. Total project cost of just under $250,000. Recommended funding $187,305. This is a stream reach plan. It was originally a stream management plan, but it really didn't have the elements of stream management planning. So we worked with them to redefine this as a stream reach plan to identify environmental restoration and recreational opportunities and flood hazard mitigation opportunities on Monument Creek, so that they can move forward with design and implementation once the plan is produced.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, 11V, brought to us by American Whitewater. This is a Taylor River Access Improvement Project. This is the recreation end of this category, watershed health and recreation. Sometimes recreation projects can be tough for me when I'm reviewing them because we say that they cannot have any impact on environment and ideally enhance it. And this is a nice one because it's not even going to touch the river. The Taylor's in really good shape in this spot, but it is incredibly difficult to access with the existing methodology to get the boats down to the river. It's a commercial access point as well as private access point. So the idea is to improve that, to make it safer, and also to improve the access for walking down to it. As an aside, I've been a whitewater boater since I was 19 years old, and some of my worst injuries have been at the actual put-in, not on the water. And this one looked pretty dangerous to me when I was out there. I didn't walk down it. I walked down the long way. And think this would be a good project to provide recreational access on the Taylor River.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Okay, move on.
Okay, next up, Nora's going to jump in for the next one because she's been managing the first phase of this, 11W.
Thanks, Chris. And thanks for letting me present virtually today. For those of you who haven't seen me recently, I'm 8.5 months pregnant, which would have been obvious if I was there in person, but I can hide it below my desk for now. So I'll be off for a little bit, but then back for the next round of water plant grants. This is W, the last one, American Whitewater again, quantifying recreational impacts and identifying enhancement opportunities. This project is focused on improving water-based recreation opportunities and mapping existing locations, gathering information about these resources. Their main focus is looking at it in the context of climate change and how is, varying amounts of precipitation going to impact our ability to utilize river resources for recreation. So in phase one, they built a technical advisory group made up of the environment and rec representatives from basin roundtables. And phase one largely included building a geodatabase of all of these, either whitewater or also including flat water recreational resources. Phase two, the one we're looking at funding today, is continuing to work with the technical advisory group, helping to continue identify and scope potential projects. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. They are working directly from projects identified in stream management plans and basin implementation plans. So putting some energy into progressing projects identified by stakeholders in previous planning efforts. The reason I'm talking to you about this one is because it has a strong collaborative water sharing agreement component. And so we know with collaborative water sharing agreements that they require more out of the box thinking, more community engagement, more staff capacity than traditional water transfers. And so to mitigate any risk to these recreational resources, their idea is to come up with some potential collaborative water sharing agreements that could help, enhance these resources for future use. So the project, in its culmination, will have scoped out several collaborative water sharing agreements around the state, including building, stakeholder groups, doing preliminary diligence on what water is available to be involved, and looking at how to set up potential water sharing agreements. So the recommended amount is $148,537.75.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you, Nora. All right, so I guess we will entertain a motion to approve agenda items 11 except for B, K, P, and T. Anyone make a motion? Okay. Please.
I'll move approval of said staff recommendation.
Thank you, Director Brody. Is there a second? Okay, we got it. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I think now, if it's right, we'll just handle them in order. Is that okay? We'll just go right to K, and then we'll go down. Is that all right, as we do it in order?
I think I'm out for K.
Okay, yep, we'll let you go.
All right, again, Matt Stearns for the record, CWCB staff, presenting on agenda item 11K, which is the Dominion Water and Sanitation District South Platte Diversion Infrastructure Design. Grant request on this one was $1,281,424, so by far the largest in the category. The district here is seeking grant funds to perform design and engineering for a new indirect potable reuse project on the South Platte River. The project includes a new diversion dam, pump station, and pipeline that will take water from the South Platte River to the district's water treatment plant. It's expected to develop approximately 2,500 acre-feet of new renewable water supplies. The project will also look at providing fish passage over the new diversion structure. Since the project is at the beginning stages, though, however, and did not provide a feasibility study, we've negotiated with the district to take the work only up through potentially the 60% design level And that's obviously dependent upon the grantee's abilities to obtain any necessary easements or agreements to construct and operate the project. So for that reason, we're recommending partial funding up through that 60% design level of $866,179.50.
Okay, are there any questions? Is there a motion? Okay, Director Vasquez, second, Director Cloud, any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Did you have a question? Okay. All right, well, I'll go tell Jessica to come in and turn it over to Director Cloud. I've got to go anyway, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Whoever is presenting item P.
Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record, agenda item 11P. This is from the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation for the Rio Grande Restoration Project at Gun Barrel Road, which is very close to where we are right now. This total project cost of $968,734 and a recommended funding amount of $440,136 to support planning, engineering, and construction on the Rio Grande River, to support stabilization and restoration of a native riparian vegetation area.
Is there any questions? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve? Thank you, Director Felt. Do I hear a second? Director Vasquez? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So next is item T.
Okay, Chris Sturm again.
We're
gonna
we're tagging out.
swap folks out.
No, I didn't go through.
It's a relay race.
Okay. All right, so we're on to T.
Okay, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record, agenda item 11T, application from the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District for the Colorado River Connectivity Channel Monitoring and Adaptive Management Program. Total project cost is $500,000. The applicant requested $500,000. We're recommending $250,000. While we support both monitoring and adaptive management, we know that the monitoring is going to inform the need for adaptive management, and thought it best to just proceed with the monitoring, and then to see if there is a need for adaptive management. We had advised the applicant to come back in for another grant. So it was more just not wanting to tie up that $250,000 as it's still unknown. But this is going to support monitoring for both biology and geomorphology in the connectivity channel. The total cost of the channel was over $30 million. And as I just said, how do we know if our projects are performing according to the objectives if we don't monitor? So this one is recommended for the monitoring portion of the scope of work.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Is there any questions or discussion? Okay, Director Boucher.
I would be pleased to move staff recommendation. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that part. Thank you. I would be pleased to move staff recommendation on agenda item 11T.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Director Vasquez, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, we might just bring Brad back in, but we're doing pretty good. So let's be back here at 2:50. Is that okay? For the afternoon break. So we'll take our break now and be back at 2:50.
Recording stopped.
Director Vasquez brought up some information, just FYI, the eastbound, why don't you do it since you can.
Yeah, so a truck fell off westbound 70 onto eastbound 70 a couple days ago. So eastbound was closed at 11 today to remove the debris. Just check if you're going to use eastbound 70, just check if it's back open again.
All righty. Okay, Ben, over to you for agenda items 12. I guess we're gonna, it's appropriate to handle these in a block, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
The slide advancer working? Okay, thank you. All right. Again, for the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting items 12A through F. Water Supply Reserve Grant applications. And as always, just do a quick overview of this round. So these applications were sent into CWCB on June 1st. We had 18 overall applications. 6 of them you're going to hear today. All 6 of these are aging infrastructure requests. Thank you for approving the 5 consent agenda items earlier this morning. And Director Riss approved the 7 director report items on September 3rd. And then overall, we had 8 statewide requests, and all 8 were aging infrastructure. 12A is, the applicant is Goddard Enterprises, and as always, for them to come to the CWCB, they have to be approved by their respective roundtable. Always want to say that. So the home ditch diversion reconstruction project, the existing ditch head gate here is perched on an eroded bank and is non-functional at the time. And so the project is to reconstruct the in-stream diversion and head gate structure of the home ditch so that they can use their full decree to irrigate about 185 acres. The improvements are going to raise the water surface elevation, prevent overtopping flows from eroding the structure moving forward. The improvements are also going to allow for fish passage, improve bank stability, like I said, fish habitat while maintaining, I'm going to repeat myself 3 times there. On the line with us today on Zoom is Bill Ketterhagen, who is a project manager. So he and I are both here to answer any questions the board may have. And Bill, if you want to unmute yourself and take yourself off camera.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Bill.
I am Bill Ketterhagen, a project manager for the home ditch reconstruction project and ranch manager for Goddard Ranch. And I'm glad to be here today. If you have any questions, let me know.
Okay. Are there any questions on this one for Ben or Bill? Okay.
All right, great.
Thank
you, Bill. 12B is the applicant is Wadley Farms 3 Homeowners Association, and I wanted to correct that they received a WSRF grant from this board in September of 2023. I had it in November here. That's when we actually got it under contract. That grant back then was to support permitting engineering design for this phase of the project, which is that they wanted to expand the reservoir storage, and that includes excavation, raising the existing dam embankment, constructing a gravity low level outlet, installing riprap on the upstream slope, and then they also want to install a new gravity pipeline between lakes number 1 and number 3 in their system, which will reduce future seepage losses. With us today to answer any questions is Brian McWilliams, who is with Wadley Farms 3 HOA. And Brian, if you're on the line with us, again, if you could unmute, thank you. And we'll be available for any questions the board may have.
Thanks for this opportunity to present and eager to give any information that you may have or want.
I don't know. Any questions on agenda item B? Okay, guess we'll keep going. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. 12C is from the Dixon Canyon Ditch and Reservoir Company for an irrigation improvement project. So their existing water delivery system is over 70 years old, and it's very inefficient right now. So, but it also poses a risk for the community. So there's a human safety element as well as an environmental risk. So they'd like to replace their aging infrastructure with improved headgate flow control and a measurement and transmission system, new covered cleanouts, and enclosed piping. And they believe that fully implemented, this will help reduce those environmental and community risks. With us online is the Vice President of the Ditch and Reservoir Company, Paul Rupp. Paul, we'll invite you to unmute yourself, and we'll be available for any questions the board may have on 12C.
Good afternoon, I'm Paul Rupp, and I'm happy to be here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions then on 12C? Okay, we'll keep moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. 12D, the applicant is the Highland Ditch Company. And this mutual ditch company is the largest that diverts out the St. Vrain. They irrigate approximately 35,000 acres between the 379 shareholders. This project is will allow the applicant to gain access to approximately 3,700 acre feet of water that they've been unable to utilize, and they're hoping to use this obviously to produce a higher yield. They also believe this will create a new environmental flow of 25 CFS from the diversion downstream. So there's multi-benefits to this project. So we'll be using grant funds to assist in completing the engineering design of this particular phase of the project. And we have two guests with us today. Wade Gonzalez is the superintendent for the ditch company, and Tara Scudder is their consultant. So I'd invite both of those to unmute themselves, and the three of us are available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions? The only question I was going to ask is, you said 25 CFS of environmental flows. Is that just during diversion, or what is?
Good question. If Tara or Wade, I believe it's during the.
This is Tara. It would be during the summer, summer or late summer months when they would be releasing.
So during the summer months.
Okay, so just while they're diverting this water, then it would contribute. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Director Vasquez.
Can you explain the separation, the roundtable, the basin money versus state money, the justification for the state money?
Sure, yeah, justification for the state is, so again, the infrastructure is just falling apart, and any aging infrastructure project is eligible for this type of funding to make improvements to increase efficiency and just kind of help out these smaller ditch and reservoir companies that previously are unable to get that funding.
Yeah, I didn't mean in general, but the split in the money from the basin bucket and the state bucket?
Yeah, so it's 28,000 from South Platte, 99,000 from the statewide. Right. Yeah, so it's just to improve this, or replace and improve this aging infrastructure that they have with their ditch.
Are you asking about the ratio, Director Vasquez?
Yeah, so in a lot of other applications, I've seen failure of an argument that statewide is validated, that the state bucket shouldn't be contributed something that is basin specific? I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to understand for my own education what the rationale is when you're able to invoke state bucket money for a project that is local in its benefit to the basin. We've had this discussion at the North Platte Basin Roundtable time and time again. So just for our education in the North Platte, how that's rationalized would be very helpful.
Gotcha. Yeah, apologies for my confusion on that. You're right. In the past, we used a statewide account for more of a statewide benefit, but that changed a couple of years ago. We've heard over the years the need for aging infrastructure funding and drought resiliency funding. So when we got that influx of money from severance tax, we were able to change the guidelines to provide this for those localized projects.
Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies.
So Ben, then you're saying that simply because it will handle aging infrastructure, it qualifies for statewide funding, not just basin accounts?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. But the basins must contribute. I think very early in the program, there used to be just a statewide component. But now as we have it, yeah, basins need to contribute at least 10% of the total project costs. They need to have that in their basin account, so.
Thank you. Did that answer? Okay. Any other questions on? Okay, thank you. Keep going.
12E, it's from the Bear River Reservoir Company to do work at Stillwater Reservoir. Our partners, Division of Water Resources, placed a storage restriction at this reservoir in 2019 because of safety concerns. And so WSRF funds will help design and construct a downstream blanket drain. The purpose is to provide a filtered exit for seepage and for natural flows adjacent to the abutment. And this will be evaluated by DWR to make sure that they have successfully addressed those concerns. And so the applicant currently is working with Director Ullman's staff on this project. And on the line with us from the Reservoir Company is Andrea Schaffner. And we'd invite her to unmute herself, and we'll be available for any questions the board may have on this one.
Yes, this is Andrea. Thank you very much for the opportunity here to make a presentation and a request of you, of your group, and let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions or concerns? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. Then finally, 12F is an application from the Colorado Ag Water Alliance. And so dam safety and some ag reservoir owners got together for this particular project to look at these 7 aging reservoirs in Routt County for rehabilitation. All of them are over 100 years old and either have a conditionally satisfactory or unsatisfactory label on them. So this is a two-phase project. So phase 1, they're gonna get this funding to do some dam maintenance work that they need to do without an engineering plan. So tree removal, dirt work and grading, but they're also going to use the funding for engineering design for phase 2, which would be the construction phase. And I don't know if Greg Peterson from Colorado Ag Water Alliance is on with us today. We're available for any questions the board may have.
Hi, hey Ben, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is Greg Peterson, and I'm here and willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Does anyone have? Yes, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out, thanks to Greg Peterson, he's in conversation with a bunch of folks in Middle Park also about a very similar project to this regarding some of our reservoirs. And in a lot of cases, it's families that wouldn't otherwise know how to necessarily reach out to different funding sources, and a lot of the legwork to have communication with Division of Water Resources, dam safety, to kind of get to where we need to be with a lot of these small scale storage facilities. It's really cool. So thanks, Greg, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boucher.
Any other questions? Is that a promotion?
No, that was not a promotion.
Greg, are you not turning your camera on because you're still in your pajamas? There you are.
Okay. I'm digging up food for you, Mr. Coombs. So yeah.
Thank you for being here. Any
You're
other
welcome.
questions? All right. We'll close that one. So as a block, I'll entertain a motion for agenda items 12A through F. Director Bruschetti.
I would move staff recommendation of agenda items 12A through 12F.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, Director Brody. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Director's reports. Director Vasquez. Says you're first on the north.
On that is different. This is the official. I would be glad to go first. It's no problem.
Let's go with the,
Organize it.
I don't care. Let's go with the written. Is that right? Since it's, let's just go with the written. So that puts you first.
Okay, so I have some slides. Once they're up, I can start. So in the North Platte Basin, the producers are just finalizing the haying. This is one of the last fields to be baled in the basin. Next slide, please. One of the items on the consent, one of the items that just recently got the notice to proceed is the Hunter Reservoir in the north part of North Park. This is a photograph of the work. You can see some of the heavy equipment in the distance. It's a very shallow reservoir, and we have funded their project first for design. This is phase 2, the actual construction. Next slide, please. Just in terms of the precipitation and the status of North Platte, the last month we've seen pretty much average rainfall. Next slide. And as you can see in the graph, our cumulative precipitation is just about median for previous years. So we're in good shape, and we'll see what the storage performance looks like as we move through the fall. Next slide, please. I want to bring to your attention something that I just learned about a couple weeks ago, and that is that there is an organization.
Digging up your
Excuse me? Oh, okay. There is an organization in Nebraska called Platte Basin Time Lapse, and I only became aware of this because I was invited to view a film that they put together recently on a ranch just north of the Wyoming border on wildlife-friendly fencing with antelope in mind. And so becoming aware of this organization, and my slides have disappeared, I got contact information for them and started digging into what they actually do. And they have had cameras placed all over the not the North Platte, but the Platte Basin since 2011. And maybe others of you around the table are familiar with this, but I was not. And so I want to introduce those of you who are not familiar with it. This is, if you could go back a slide, I'm not quite ready for the video. Thank you. So this is an organization that is bringing together art in terms of photography and storytelling with a conservation ethic, and actually doing time-lapse photography, taking photographs every hour during daylight hours for all the cameras that they have in place. One of the cameras is on Jack Creek in the North Platte Basin. You could advance 2 slides, please. The Platte Basin itself, so both North and South Platte all the way to the confluence in Nebraska. Moving 1 slide forward, this placement on the Jack Creek in North Park is a subject of a time-lapse video that shows through the seasons what the camera is capturing. And if we could now go to the video, and you'll note in each of the slides I've put in the URL if you're interested in going to it in the future for your own use. And the reason I'm bringing this to everybody's attention is that these existing cameras, you can work with the Platte Basin time-lapse folks and get access to the actual stills that are captured. So if this ends up being a useful adjunct to some of the aerial imaging that we're going to be using for snowpack understanding, I think they would be open to that. At least in my conversation with them, they were. So this is Jack Creek, and in some of the time-lapse, they have the timeline down below, and they're actually showing the year that they're capturing the images in. If it's not too much trouble, if you could go back to the PowerPoint now. There is a second one I wanted to highlight for you that is parallel to Jack Creek, kind of on the southeast side of the North Platte Basin. I'm sorry, I'm exercising the technical staff here. Apologies. So the Silver Creek time lapse. For each of the time lapses, you'll notice I've pasted in the little dialogue that they have about the imaging. And in this case, they highlight the fact there was an active beaver pond behind a dam in the stream, but that because of tree fall, the camera had to be remounted 3 times over a few years of data capture. And now if we could go to the video, please. In addition to these 2, they have a couple more in the North Platte and quite a few in the South Platte in both Colorado and Nebraska. And can you imagine the number of stills that are in this time lapse if they're catching an image every hour during daylight hours every day of the year? So you can see the band at the bottom indicating the year of the image capture. It's an incredible warehouse of data or images. And if you go to their general website, and I provided the URL in the first slide, you'll see some of the storytelling they do with these images as well. If we can go back to the PowerPoint, thank you so much for your help back there. Appreciate it. Next slide, please. In addition, there's one on the Fraser River called Devil's Thumb Ranch. There's one in the Poudre Canyon, one in Cheeseman Dam of interest to people around the table here, and Niwot Ridge, which is on Boulder Creek. So it's the location of UC Boulder's long-term ecological research program. And there are others that may be of interest in their catalog. But again, thinking that it might be a help to CWC's desire to learn more about snow accumulation year by year in various locations. So thank you for your help in the back and your patience with the switching back and forth between videos and PowerPoint.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Any questions or anything for? Okay, Director Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very short slide deck. Let me start off with thanking Director Riss, your staff, and supporting a roundtable, the South Platte Roundtable, an open house, that was on August 13th. Sean Chambers, chair of the South Platte, spent a lot of time and worked with CWCB staff and trying to promote interest in the roundtable. The South Platte, perhaps this is applicable across the state, has had a little bit of a challenge of getting folks to come and participate and be a member of that roundtable. And this was a special open house at the Platte River Fort, which is between Kersey and Greeley, just a great venue in which there was presentations by many, including Director Riss, Director Ullman. Right? You were there? Yeah, there was a lot of folks there. The picture on the right. Yes, a lot of conversation. The panel on the panel discussion on the right is 3 of the IBCC members from the South Platte area, including Sean Cronin, Pat Wells, and Jim Yon, former CWCB director as well, and really talking about all things South Platte and how much fun it is to be on a roundtable and try to attract people to the next one. And takes time, but again, we need to bring people into our profession and get their involvement in all the things that we talk about in the water business. Next, this is a shared commercial between myself and Director Brochet. I'm kind of stepping out of my bounds by about 20 miles over the Continental Divide into the Colorado River Basin, but we both agreed we need a commercial on what we think will be just a wonderful day, and that's October 15th at 1:30, in which we're going to dedicate the connectivity channel, the reconnection of the Colorado River between above the Windy Gap Reservoir, now a right-sized reservoir, and below it. And it's just a phenomenal project, which much of the board went on a short tour there, and we would like to extend an invitation to all for that afternoon. It's just such a celebration of the environment, but in my mind, equally, it's a celebration of how to have what I call a bake sale, and have folks come together and commit to make something happen in a way that all can agree on it, that will change, I think, the ecosystem, Paul, within your backyard forever. Next, just continue a little bit of on the ag front and productivity on the wind farm. And Commissioner Greenberg, I was maybe hoping kind of the sweet corn master, Mr. Sakata, would be here, because we all have different ways of picking sweet corn, and he could probably do what it took a couple of us to do in a day, and probably in just minutes. But sweet corn season's come and gone in northeastern Colorado. There's probably only about 500 acres, maybe 800 acres of sweet corn in the whole valley. And we do it the old-fashioned way on the wind farm, because it takes a backhoe to do about anything. So you put a super sack on the front of a backhoe, and you just go down the field, and within 30 minutes you have 1,000 ears, and then you spend the rest of the day processing ears. And what you determine is it's really not about the sweet corn, it's about the cream and the butter. That's where the solution is. So that's all I have to report from the South Platte Basin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Or yes, Director McLeod.
Well, Brad, how did you promote the open house? Because we have a similar issue in the Gunnison Roundtable. Who was your target audience, and did they show up?
Not as well, I think, as Sean Chambers had hoped, or frankly I had hoped. A lot of us kind of word of mouth, just trying to dig a little bit deeper into some of the water agencies, trying to get youth to come. And there was probably 20 new faces there, of folks that I had not met, that hopefully something will catch fire eventually and we can bring them into the South Platte round table. And again, that there's several seats that are vacant on that round table, and try to get them to seek interest in those seats. But it's a challenge. I don't know if it's a growing challenge, but it certainly is one.
I think you should take credit for the fact that it absolutely poured rain during that event. So it tends to be the theme where we show up, it rains, I guess.
Any other questions for Director Lind? Comments? Okay, thank you. Director Felt?
Okay, on the Arkansas, a couple things. Well, before I go into that, I got to say, I normally rely on Robert Cicada to tell me where I've been the last 2 months. So it is a customary blur as I look back. But the one thing that really does stand out, and a number of you were there, I won't defame my memory by trying to list who was there because I'll fail. But the Water Education Colorado had their gala, I guess you call it. And one of the honored guests and honorees was Lorelei Cloud. She got, I think they changed the name of it a little, but it's more or less the Emerging Water Leaders Award. What do they call it? The what?
Greg Hobbs.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it had another little.
Next wave.
Next wave, yeah. So anyway, that was really great to be there. And my wife came along, which she never goes to anything, hardly anything. And so she got to meet a lot of people, but it was really great to hear the testimony about Lorelei and just to be there. So congratulations on that. On the Arkansas, aside from, I've reported a few times on my concerns about what Aurora is up to in our basin. On the good side, you heard about two of them, two good things in the last couple of days. One is that project that Lower Ark is working on with the XL water and trying to find a way forward to, I think I described it right, to kind of use some of that water for municipal supply, bring in a fair bit of revenue from that to then support keeping 70% of it in ag and supporting the farmers who've historically used that water. So I think that's a great project. Well, we'll hear more about it in the future. And then today you heard about the Arkansas Valley Conduit. And obviously some challenges in terms of going from 650 million to 1.3 billion. That's alarming, but we've got pipes in the ground. We're moving forward. We have every belief that, the Bureau of Reclamation and, well, really the federal government, the legislature will come through for us on that side, and then on that more local level of getting the spur lines out to all the different municipal water providers, that working with CWCB and the Water and Power Development Authority, that we can get that done too and really make a difference for Southeast Colorado. The Arkansas is the largest basin in the state by land area and probably has the least amount of water. So, that typically doesn't help with water quality issues when you have something like 1 million people along the way. So really hopeful and looking forward to that getting done. Up in my area, we've got a few things going on where some of you have heard about our alluvial storage project that we've been working on for about 12 years now. And we are making more progress on that. I'm excited to report that, and I do think that will happen during not just my lifetime, but my working life. And our groundwater study that is for Chaffee County and in particular, that CWCB funded is also underway. We've got the whole, the plans laid out. USGS is monitoring the wells. We're getting PFAS sampling done along the way too. And that's moving forward. And will inform future land use decisions ultimately once, in about 4 years or so, once the study's complete and we know not just how much is underground, but how quickly it recharges and how sustainable it is in different parts of the county. And then I guess just the other thing, kind of to wrap up, I keep getting asked these same questions by everybody here and everywhere I go. So I figure I'll just answer them. One is, when are you done being commissioner? Everyone's asked me that, and it's January 14th. So I still got a ways to go. The other is, when do you start at Upper Ark? And that's January 1st. So start of my year is going to be a little hectic, but I am working part-time on my own schedule, so it's, I don't know, maybe 12 hours a week, putting in at Upper Ark, reading things, going to meetings, trying to prepare for what is a very complex job. And it's also, it's not just a water job, right? All of these entities, they're kind of like a business too. So like something I've been working on a lot is trying to find a better health insurance plan for our employees. Because it turns out our manager, Terry Skenga, he's been on Medicare for 11 years or something, so it's not really front and center for him. And so, you know, I'm sure Director Combs, you can relate, like, yeah. It's like, you know, you got to pay the bills, you got to keep the lights on, all that kind of stuff. And then the other question is, that people ask me a lot is, how's the fishing? And these are questions I get asked everywhere I go. And the fishing's been really great. I'm not an active fishing guide really these days. I do a little bit. Most of it is with friends and family. And so I've had some great family trips here and there over the last couple months. And we have an above average flow in the Arkansas. It's still not a lot of water, but it's about 400. We're often at 300 or 250 right now. So a lot easier to get the boat through. And yeah, we've just had a great late summer, early fall. Let me know if you're coming through and we can make arrangements. That's what I got.
Thank you, Director Felt. Any questions? All right, Director Brody.
Thank you very much. Well, again, I want to thank. Almost forgot the mic. Thank you, Director McLeod. Again, I want to thank our hosts here in the Valley. It's great to be here. It's great to meet some new people, see some of the exciting work that you're doing. You have a lot to be proud of, and just want to say thank you for sharing it with us on the board. I thought I would give an update on one of Denver Water's big storage projects. I think it's been a while since I've really given much of a substantive update on the Gross Reservoir expansion project. So just to give you kind of a snapshot of where we are in the process, the construction started in earnest in the spring of 2022. This was after about an 18-year NEPA process. We finally actually broke ground in 2022. This year has been really exciting. This is the year where we actually started raising the dam, and I've got some fun pictures to show what that looks like. Dam raise is anticipated to take this season and next construction season, and then we'll transition into all the finish work. But yeah, this is exciting stuff if you're an engineer, and even if you're not. So we started placing roller compacted concrete in May of this year. Current dam height is 340 feet. We are adding 131 feet of vertical elevation to increase the storage by 77,000 acre feet, including 5,000 acre feet for an environmental pool, which will be used to provide water for in-stream flow downstream of Gross Reservoir and South Boulder Creek. So you can see just in relation to the existing dam, how high we had to go just to meet the current height of the dam. By the end of this construction season, we hope to be approaching the crest of the current dam. That'll be somewhat weather dependent in November, and then next year we'll keep going up. So just to give you an idea, snapshot of how we're constructing the dam, we are using a type of concrete called roller compacted concrete. It's a relatively dry concrete mix. And you can see the photo on the left is just a portion of the concrete batch plant. So all day long, 24/7, we are mixing concrete on site. It goes through a series of conveyor belts and then drops down to kind of what you see in the photograph in the middle, which is the surface where they're pouring concrete. And again, we've got folks working day shifts and night shifts round the clock to continue to drop concrete down a chute that you'll see in a couple of slides, place it, and then run over it multiple times with roller compaction, and then they keep just doing this over and over and over again. The picture on the right is a snapshot of what kind of the finish work on the face of the dam is going to look like. So you see the blue scaffolding on the right. That's the surface where they're placing the new concrete. And then the scaffolding below, that's all the cleaning. I mean, they're literally cleaning and polishing the concrete as they go to make sure that the surface looks as good as it can as they're continuing to go up and up and up. So to just give you an idea of the progress we've made over the course of the year, this is a picture from June 30th. So this was, about 7 weeks in. You can see how high they've come up. You can see the concrete batch plant on the left. You can see some of the cranes. That scaffolding in the middle, that's part of the concrete chute that I was talking about. So that's conveying the concrete from the batch plant up top all the way down to where they're placing it. And we'll see some more pictures of that. Just a different view, kind of looking more down. You can see some of the equipment that's moving around. You can see some of those tall cranes on the bottom, helping to deliver some of the equipment and some of the materials that are needed. And again, this is going on all day and all night. This is coming up, so this is July 23rd, about 3 or 4 weeks after the prior picture. They're just continuing to place, continuing to move up the face of the dam. This one is, let's see, I think this one is August. Actually, this one is, this one's September 5th. So this one's fairly recent, gives you kind of a nice overall view of kind of where we're at. You can see, again, all of the cranes, all of the work that's being done, and obviously the drawn down reservoir behind it. It's drawn down for safety reasons, in particular because we don't have a spillway currently, because we had to remove it in order to perform the work. So again, by sometime in November, we're hoping to be somewhere around, 40 feet or so below the current surface of the dam. That would keep us on track to be able to continue to meet our timeline and complete all of the roller compacted concrete work by the end of next season. Yeah, it's just exciting to actually see this come up out of the ground, and hopefully we can find a time to get you all out and get on a lift or at least see it from the viewing platform. So that's all I got.
I personally have a lot of questions, but anyway. Director Boucher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So will you shut down concrete work from November for a period through the winter and then pick it back up again?
We will, yeah, because there are temperature constraints. We want to pour the concrete cold. In fact, we have ice and chillers that are part of our process, but we don't want it to freeze while it's still curing. So again, it will depend on how late into November we go, but cold is fine, frozen is not. Yes.
I have a question about the adhesion between the existing surface of the dam and this rolled concrete.
Yeah. So there are a couple things that we're doing to make sure it adheres. Number one, we had to roughen the entire face of the existing dam and clean it. And then we also do use a different mix, more of like a slurry between the existing dam face and the new material that we're placing, so that we get a good seal. But yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And then there's also a different concrete on the face of the dam that's more of a fine concrete to give it that kind of nice, that nice finish.
And that nice finish is important functional?
No, it's really just aesthetic. But believe it or not, our engineers care about the look of the dam. There was a lot of thought that went into the detail work, the size of the lifts. Don't get any ideas about trying to climb it. That would not be a good idea. But they did want it to look good and complement the existing landscape.
Yeah, I thought maybe it had more to do with minimizing the adherence of algae or lichen or other biomaterial to the face of the dam.
Yeah, that's a good question. Not to my knowledge, but yeah, it probably doesn't hurt.
You could ask.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions? Thank you. No. So for my report, I was going to say here, first of all, thank you guys for being here. When people come to your basin, it's kind of just like inviting your friend over to your house. You don't know how they're going to look at it the first time. And so we appreciate your kindness and being with us. We appreciate you being willing to just kind of do it the Valley way and just sit down, have dinner and talk and enjoy each other's company. And I think tonight will be even more of that. Then the basin, Director Ullman talked a little bit about what we deal with here with our groundwater issues and trying to get our sub-districts coordinated and compliant. Recently in district court, there was a petition for a new conservancy district here in the Valley. It's the Southern Colorado Conservancy District is what's proposed. It's an interesting patchwork. It will be land that is already under the Rio Grande Water Conservation District and the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, and then be Southern Colorado Conservancy District. It's an interesting concept. It has quite a bit to do with being able to comply with groundwater rules and sustainability and issues. And so it'll be interesting to watch how that plays out here in the Valley and what this strategy is. As a reminder, we have all but, of the 7 sub-districts, all but one have a requirement for sustainability within an aquifer. Sub-district 2, which is very close to where we are right now, it's alluvial, so it doesn't have a long-term sustainability, but all the other ones have a sustainability either in the unconfined or the confined aquifer. And so as we move along, we've been doing really good. Director Ullman talked about the RGDSS being upgraded and the peer teams that are going into that. That continually gets updated. As it changes, the amount of water we owe to the river usually changes every update because we get more information, we get better information. We do a really good job of being able to participate and share water. As you heard last night with Beaver Reservoir, that reservoir and CPW was integral to getting the sub-districts off the ground. If it hadn't have been for them stepping up with the infrastructure they had and the water to make the plumbing work, it would have been very difficult for us to make that work. So we didn't get a chance to talk about that last night as far as how it helps all the irrigators in the entire basin. But all the parties in the basin really are working with the assets they have to help us succeed in ag. Right now, something that's not helping us succeed in ag is Mother Nature. Holy cow. Our rain has been, we're not crazy over the amount of rain, but just the timing has been very significant. Generally here in the Valley, if you can get all your first cutting of hay done by July 1st, it's never going to touch rain. And this year, it's never stopped raining all year. And so we've had a lot of our producers that are not going to get a third cutting because the timing of their hay being down so long and the delay of production. On top of that, pretty much ruins the hay if it gets rained on that much. And so not only do they not have as much commodity to sell, the commodity they do have to sell is quite low value. And then, of course, the prices are down. Silver lining. Last year we had really good runoff. Plateau Reservoir was out of Article 7 restrictions. We were able to store a lot of long-term water that then we can allocate throughout the other years to help in the times of shortage. So our board made an allocation this year of 7,000 acre feet within our district, and we'll probably only use about 4,000 of it because just the rain, we haven't had to use it, and our pumping numbers are, preliminarily right now, our pumping numbers are way down too. So in spite of it's almost like you got to have a loss to have a win somewhere, you know, but we're going to choose to look at the silver lining here. An idea though, Plateau has a total capacity of 57,000 acre feet. Freeboard is up to 54,000 right now. We have 32,000 in there. Last year we evaporated 32 inches off of that. That's enough water to run 4 circles of alfalfa all year. So you look out there and you don't see it happening, but it's over 1,000 gallons a minute is leaving that reservoir. This year, we're only going to probably evaporate about 25 because of the humidity and the rain. So there again, the changes come, and you just got to keep looking at the positive for it. Right now, I think we have no more challenges than any other basin does. We're just continuing on. We're working together. We're trying to keep everything moving. Our roundtable is functioning well. We're doing a lot of projects. Interesting for us, we're starting to get some projects that create quite a bit more discussion, which is good. Usually we're kind of, everybody's on board with everything, so it's been great to see other people's opinions and still try to get along. But right now, I think we're doing good in the basin, and we're all very interested to see how the lawsuit with Texas and New Mexico shakes out for us. Other than that, I think that's all we've got, so unless there's any questions. Okay. Look who's next here. Director Brown, is she there? Did she have to take off?
She's gonna be driving back.
Okay. I don't think she is there either. We'll skip Director Brown and go to Director Boucher.
Thank you, Chairman Combs, and if Director Brown comes on, feel free to cut me off and start your report. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chair, for hosting in your basin. I like your house. It's nice. But thanks for all the additional effort, that I saw you put in for the event last night, and I'm sure today. Thanks to everybody who participated in the tours yesterday, and especially for the agency and boards and states' good friend Heather Dutton, who was running circles to make all that happen yesterday. Also, thank you, Director Riss, for attending the event at the ranch with the senator and for being late and getting lost. There was a lot of people that got invited in odd ways, but the only 2 people that got lost were Director Riss and Director Brown. So I do want to connect some dots.
I was actually headed to the Eddie Covarian's tower. I was going to go straight to the
His staff planned it. I didn't. Okay.
I was not exactly lost. I was just misdirected.
And I also want Russ to know that the water plan hat on the elk, I ended up with 2 of them. That wasn't staged for the event. That one got sat on and bent, and it sits a little bit funny. It fits the elk head a lot better, but it's been on the elk for about 8 months. I try and use it in Zoom meetings, but that's not the same hat, okay?
That you were in?
Yeah, no, there's 2. And then I want to say a special thanks to Director Gibbs, Commissioner Greenberg, and Rob for your kind words. Thanks to so many of you at this table and in this room for your friendship and support through all of this time. I do appreciate the recognition for my ongoing efforts, but I want everybody to know that there are a lot of amazing and very responsible people that are working on this issue to try and create a sustainable solution. I also want to specifically thank our local Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff and our local producers within Middle Park, because what has been a very
tough and difficult situation that could have gone a lot of different ways. There was a meeting that occurred just yesterday with handshakes, solutions, and friendly things continuing instead of some of the other words that have been said during this time frame. And so I'm grateful for all of that. At our May meeting, I was actually feeling relatively hopeless about the wolf discussion. I am now feeling very hopeful about it. I would like to thank Director Jeff Davis and all CPW staff involved with the removal of the Copper Creek Pack in Middle Park. I do want to put this to scale to everybody. In the calendar year of 2023, state of Montana claims to have a population of wolves of over 1,000, and they confirmed 32 livestock kills that year in 12 months. The Copper Creek Pack, in less than 6 months, had confirmed kills of 16 livestock in Middle Park in the same area. And so removal of that pack and those wolves based on what was going on, I feel is very necessary, and I'm very grateful for it. And then I had an aha moment. I'm surprised it took me until this summer to realize this, but so my family brand is the livestock brand is the ZH Connected L. My grandfather created it. It's Harold Lee Bruchet is how that came to be. And we still proudly use that on our livestock to this day. But my personal brand is the W/3. And it was like somebody like punched me and I'm like, my God, water, wildfires, and wolves. Like, this was my destiny. Like how this could happen, I don't know. But you can sell livestock brands, Director Gibbs, and I would definitely entertain offers if DNR needs some kind of a refresh. We can talk about this in the future. So I don't want to turn a water meeting into a wolf meeting, but I continue to have, these moments of understanding this. My wife has really struggled in understanding why I have been this involved in the conversation of what's going on in wolf reintroduction in Colorado. And I think at first I had a hard time explaining it to her, but it's actually sitting in this room with all of you that I further understand that. If I think of, my career in dealing with water, really going back to 2001, 2002, started sitting in meetings with Grand County, getting to the mid-2000s, having conversations with them, not a decision-making role, but conversations about firming projects with our Trans-Basin diverting partners. These are really hard conversations, and it continues in water all the time, even to present day looking at a project like Shoshone permanency. Water is, as a natural resource, it's something that for solutions, both, in our state or even in local circumstances, it takes patience and it takes good listening, it takes science and it takes data. It takes people who are willing to understand that their goals and their desired outcomes are not what's necessarily in the best interest of the larger population and the state. And so I think that I've been strengthened from not only going back to Grand County and my local community, ultimately, the roundtable and then ultimately this board. But when I think of it and I look at the current situation and I'm very hopeful, beyond the removal, the ad hoc wolf working group that I'm participating in, I think has gone a very long way since our first meeting in June. And it's going to take more. And this is, we're kind of back to the same thing where what does it take to get a solution, in water resources in our state? I think that wolf reintroduction is going to be very similar. If we're doing this based on science and at the skill of wildlife managers, biologists, and given known data and responsible action and partnership about how we're working forward, I see solutions. These things in both, all things natural resource related, right? They become really difficult when they're based on emotions or based on politics. And so I'm hoping that that's the direction it continues to go and why I remain hopeful. But, kind of a reminder to all of us, a pat on everyone's back for sitting here. I know, looking around the room at some of the people that have been involved in different negotiations and current negotiations and conversations of what it means to our state, it's actually a very similar dialogue. And so I'm strengthened by all of you, and I appreciate that. My message of hope, Colorado River Connectivity Channel dedication, October 15th at 1:30 p.m. There's been a lot of celebrations about that, but it's one of the neatest projects that I've ever been aware of with the diverse partnership in it. Also one of those things that was challenging from time to time way back in the day, and now it's all horses and puppies, and we love it. Also, that we will continue, to work in partnership, not only with our current water dialogue, with topics like Shoshone permanency, but also with wolves. And with that, I conclude my director's report.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Does anybody have any questions or? Oh, yeah, Director.
So you have to enlighten us, what does the W3 represent? Other than wolves, wildlife, wildfires.
So my grandfather created his brand. By the time that I came along, it's very hard to create your own brand unless it has like 6 different letters and numbers, because there are so many in the state. So I had a friend in Kremling that was in need of cash quick, and I was still dating my wife at the time, but her last name was, her maiden name was White, and she has 2 sisters, so there's 3 of them. So when I actually first bought it, I bought it for my wife. But she didn't want me to sign it over to her sisters yet because they weren't ready for that. So it remains in ownership of my wife and I. Her sisters don't have the rights to water wildfires and wolves. It's just my wife and I.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Director Boucher. All right, Director Cloud.
Awesome. Thank you. Let me see if I can get this to work. I created a Prezi presentation. So let's see if it comes up. There you go. So I'm going to give you a report on my activities at World Water Week. I landed in Stockholm on Saturday, spent the day and Sunday, which the conference started on Sunday, spent the day with the indigenous people in Stockholm with all the other indigenous women, people that were coming from around the world for the conference, and we spent the whole day together. And I did not put a picture of that activity in my report, so I'm sorry. But we'll start on day 1. I spoke on a live talk show with Ted Kowalski from the Walton Foundation and Brooke Atwell from the Nature Conservancy, and it was basically talking about nature-based solutions and the different types of projects that are currently going or currently active. And my perspective was like nature-based perspectives are basically indigenous knowledge, and how do we tie that back into together? And so the description of our session was, just basically how do we continue to work together. The live talk show I don't think is recorded, but all the other sessions are recorded and should be on YouTube if anybody wants to look at them. Even from past years, they're on there. So this is everybody that was on my panel together. This was actually pretty fun. I was a bit nervous of being on a live talk show, but it was okay after my nerves calmed down. And so day 2, I was on a panel called Revitalizing Indigenous Matriarch Roles in the Water Leadership. And this is a panel that was my group that I created, my organization, the Indigenous Women's Leadership Network, sponsored this panel, and we brought women from around the world to talk about Indigenous women's and the matriarch roles that all the women have. And so we had several different women on our panel, and here they are all listed. May Wing is from Cambodia. Pat Joe is from the Yukon in Canada. I had Dr. Yolanda Lopez. She is from Mexico. Talia Bear she was just our sponsor. We also had Diana Chavez, and she's from the Amazon. And then our moderator was from Emma Robbins, and she's a very dynamic woman, and she's from actually Navajo and lives in Los Angeles. And so our main discussion was basically about how do Indigenous women continue the roles that we're in, but also how do we support other women in the different roles. And it's not just Indigenous women, but it's all women in water leadership. Day 3, I was part of this panel as well. It's called Shared Visions, Collaboration in Water Resources and Practices. And this was a group out of Australia asked me to be part of their panel, and they wanted to talk about how do we bring collaboration into all the different works that we do within just about everything that we do in our daily lives, not just in water management. And there was people, we didn't know how many people were actually going to be in this group, and it was very interactive, so we had little breakout sessions that each one of us controlled the conversations that we had, and then we switched tables so that we can get everybody to have a different perspective on collaboration. And we had people from the Jordan River, the Nile River, just about everywhere in the world attended this panel discussion, which was really interesting. And a lot of the people afterwards were very interested on what's going on in the Colorado River Basin. And so I know that I said this last year, but really it continues that all eyes really are on the Colorado River Basin from around the world. And so this is all the people that were involved in this panel. And so Kyo, she is also from Cambodia. Darnell Melanson, she is from co-chair for the Indigenous Women's Leadership Network. She is from the Quechan tribe for Yuma, Arizona. Dr. Phil Duncan is from Australia. And Michelle Giller is also from Australia. Carl Bell and Samantha Guy are also from Australia. And so it was a very, even though it didn't seem too diverse, we had some good conversations. Also on day 3, I had 15 minutes to get from one panel to the other, and that was 4 flights of stairs. And so, so this was the second panel I did on day 3, and this was enabling Indigenous people's participation, the perspectives of the Colorado River Basin. And this was sponsored by the Water and Tribes Initiative. And so we brought people together from both the upper basin and the lower basin. And so we had, we talked about how we're trying to come together and to create a unified consensus, I suppose, in the Colorado River Basin. And so these are all the individuals that were on the panel. Daryl Vigil is actually from the Hickory Apache Nation, and he is part of the Water and Tribes Initiative. Tom Brusowski is from the Lower Basin in Arizona. You also have Chairwoman Amelia Flores. She is from the Colorado River Indian Tribes. Of course, our very own Becky Mitchell. And Camille Tooten, the Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner. So it was a very dynamic conversation. Again, it's on YouTube if anybody wants to go and watch that session. Then on the last day, early in the morning, was my final session that I had to attend. This is all like with jet lag and everything else that goes along with traveling around the world. This one was a very interesting panel. It was beyond consultation to collaboration and meaningful engagement with Indigenous peoples. And this was sponsored from a group out of Australia. And so we really want to talk about how it was all women. And so we wanted the female perspective on how women work together and create collaboration and try and bridge those gaps. And so on this panel, we had, these are all the women on here. So Chelsea, she was actually our moderator, myself, Camille Tooten. And so the collaboration was both between Camille and I, so that's why we were together. And then Kate Blades and Cheryl Rogers, they are both from Australia. And one is from the Australian government, and one is, Kate Blades is the Indigenous leader in her field. She's actually I think she's Dr. Kate Blades. And they're both from Australia, and how the Australian government works with the Indigenous people, because they have Indigenous people do not have reservations, or they're really not acknowledged by their government. So they have a different perspective on how they collaborate, and it's finally starting to work in some spheres for them. And then we had Erna, and I can't remember Erna's last name, but she's actually from New Zealand. And so she was kind of like a last add to this panel, and she showed how they're recreating their Indigenous and cultural habitat for fish, particularly eels. and how they are creating or putting more of their indigenous knowledge in saving the eels and leaving governments completely out of the process. And it's actually helped. And they've created a whole program, and it was actually very cool to watch. She showed a video of what they've done, and it brought their entire community out, where all the kids and everybody was learning about how to take care of the eels, and they did their ceremonies and just the connectionness that they had. But with Camille and I, we talked about what the collaboration is between the Indigenous perspective and the Bureau of Reclamation, and that's my report.
Thank you, Director Crowder. Any questions? Very well done. Okay.
Have you recovered yet?
It took me a little bit, but yes.
Okay, Director McLeod.
I have one slide. Viola, can you put that up? I want to talk about protecting natural resources in the Gunnison Basin. 10 years ago, the Gunnison County Commissioners initiated an activity called the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative. Almost 80% of Gunnison County is public land. So it is important to all of the citizens of the county that those lands be managed appropriately. And we realized that we were at a tipping point with a lot of these areas because the use of the outdoors has become more and more and more popular. There's been a lot more conflict between existing uses and new uses. And so the commissioners put this project together. And the result, after 10 years of stakeholder meetings involving literally every stakeholder interest in the county repeatedly, meetings monthly almost for 10 years, we came up with a solution that Senator Bennett will introduce, I think, next week, the Gunnison Outdoor Resources Protection Act, the GORP Act, which is a good acronym, right? Right?
Did you play that way?
No. Anyway, so the way this worked is the various stakeholders presented their interests, and these areas that you see on the map were all developed for certain special resource protections. And the general idea is, and I'm reading partly from the act because it's a 43-page act and I need my cheat sheet here. It's to conserve, protect, enhance the natural, scenic, scientific, cultural, watershed, recreation, and wildlife resources of the areas. So each of these areas has a special purpose. I won't read all of them, but you can see that they are diverse. We've got recreational management areas, which are the orange ones there, and that's basically to emphasize providing for and improving the management of recreation. This is very important to the agricultural interest because we are seeing increased conflict between recreational use, particularly mountain bikes, and the cattle industry, which is almost exclusively our agriculture in the Gunnison Basin. So we managed to get both the mountain bike interests and the agricultural interests at the table, came up with what we think is probably a good management plan for those areas. You can see the wildlife conservation areas are dedicated to preserving the environment for wildlife. We have several of those, and you can see some of these have the crosshatch. And what that means is that there's general agreement, but we haven't finalized the boundaries. The act itself makes these boundaries, and they are described in GIS detail. They are legally defined in this statute that will be introduced in Congress. Now, there are a couple of limitations on it. First of all, no existing rights will be impaired. No current activities will be curtailed. So all these areas are designed to reflect what's actually happening there and then managing it to protect the resource to the greatest degree. There's no condemnation provision here. Any of these things that are occurring on private land, the federal government does not have authority to acquire them by condemnation. They have permission to acquire them by free treaty with the landowners if they desire to do that. It recognizes that the state will continue to manage the fish and the wildlife in the area. Vegetation management will be handled by the local authorities, and roads and trails. There are guidelines in each of these areas for introducing new roads or trails or revegetating trails that are not productive to the resource area. It specifically ensures that there will be no interference with existing water rights, and that there will be an encouragement in certain of these areas for restoration activities where the resource area has already been damaged by excess use. So we think this is a model for protecting public lands in western Colorado. We're very proud of this, and the senator has been remarkably supportive. He's paid many visits to the county and visited most of these areas in person to understand what we're trying to do. He was there a week ago, I think, talking to us a little bit about it. So that's what I wanted to show you.
Thank you, Director McLeod. Any questions? Yeah, Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so fascinated by this. Of course, I have to bring up wolves again. So I went on a tour down in the Meeker area, and I don't get down there that often, and realize like how different some of the forest area is, and largely based on recreational use and population base. And it was a little bit of an aha moment, because when you look at Grand County, and we've seen such an influx of population, tourism, second homes, all of the above. And that for that purpose, I mean, it's like I ride mountain bikes, I love to ski, I'm a cattle rancher, but all of these things and understanding how it impacts, from total different resources and having a lens on it like this, I think is fascinating, because I think if done right, it is a really responsible way to look at management of an area. So I think it's really neat.
It doesn't come easily, believe me. It took 10 years to put this all together. But not everyone loves it, but if everyone loved it, it couldn't be right.
Director Brody, did you have
So I just wanted to congratulate you and others who collaborated on this effort for getting to this point. I can't imagine it was easy. It sounds like it took quite a lot of time and quite a lot of work, but it is a really remarkable approach, and I wish you luck in the legislative process.
Well, nobody got everything they wanted, but everyone is willing to say, yes, this is good enough.
Yeah. Director Vasquez.
Yeah, I'm just curious, who led this outreach and stakeholder process, and how was it funded?
The county commissioners led the effort, and they provided the funding for all of the interactions that were necessary. But
That's amazing dedication.
Yes, and one of those commissioners is still in office. He's actually running for his fourth term. Unlike Greg, we don't have term limits in Gunnison County. But the other thing is, excuse me, in any of these meetings or stakeholder events, no county representative, including the commissioners or their employees, had any input. They were only there to listen and moderate. They took no position on any of these, independent of the actual stakeholders. So that, to me, was the most remarkable thing for politicians to do. Apologies to the politicians.
Self-discipline.
All right, anybody else? Okay, that'll conclude our director's reports. And on public comment, do you have anybody in? How does that work where we're ahead of schedule? Do they have a...
Good job.
I was going to say, yeah. They should have been concerned earlier, or I guess that we just, it is what it is?
No.
Okay. I was hoping you were going to say I have to stay here till then, but anyway. Okay, so guess we'll entertain them. Well, before we adjourn, I got a text from Heather saying that we can show up at the Farm Brewery early So she said you can get there at 5 if you want. So I don't know if you want to go to your hotel and then out, because we are quite a bit ahead of schedule. But you can get to the brewery earlier as well. So I guess we're at that point. Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn? Okay, Director Felt. Second by Director Boucher. All in favor, say aye.